What are we doing?
Stuff.
Are we live?
We're live now.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
All
Is this where we start saying like and subscribe?
No.
Yeah.
That's later on. That's at the end. Remember, engagement at the end. This is the part where Ruby mumbles for a while and then says, "Welcome to Pen and Sword, a very professional D&D podcast," which is just our tagline now.
It is.
Yeah, we're very professional.
I roll with what's natural. Okay, if nobody stops me and nobody has any fucking ideas, I'm gonna stick with the one that I didn't feel awkward saying. Okay, and that was the one that worked. So
we love that.
That's what I did for my podcast. I spent the first 2-3 recordings just fucking saying whatever nonsense, and eventually I said one that I was like, oh, I don't feel cringe saying that. All right, that's the one that sticks, and that's what works. So listen, don't judge my process, okay? It takes me a minute to get started. It takes me a minute to get there.
Yeah. And so does our audience. And if you love our audience, like and subscribe.
If you love yourself,
really, damn it.
If you love yourself, if you love our audience,
you love us.
That's what's important.
Whatever it takes.
Self-care.
Self-care is important. Radical active compliance is what self-care is.
That's right. Hello. Welcome back to Pen and Sword, an extremely professional, I'm saying it again, Dungeons & Dragons actual play show. We're back again. Now, before we get into things, though, I have to correct something again. Last episode, I made the point to correct the timeline around the solstice and all that business, and then I was informed after the fact that I had already done that. Nobody stopped me from doing it again. So I did it again. I had already done that. So I'm using this chance to both issue again the correction. Okay, the solstice is 5 to 6 years after, not 10 years from where we are now. That's important. Also, I am apologizing for making the same correction multiple times because I have the mind of a goldfish, and I will do it again. So a preemptive apology for when it inevitably happens. It's good to get these things out early. Anyway, last we were together, our party of adventurers was engaged in a group bonding exercise. Melancholy introduced you to what the fuck is up with that by force, and by the end of it, we all learned a little more about each other. And Melancholy and Felix were thoroughly sauced. And after a little more discussion before everyone parted ways for the evening, Rick and Nimmer stepped out, leaving Huxley to manage Felix's drunken enthusiasm for his blueprints and tinkering, before Felix was dragged out and back home by Mal, leaving Huxley and Celiana together, who then left Melancholy by herself to do whatever, and giving them a chance to talk about Agatha and Amara and about how they've managed to get this far while still keeping it together, and about how to endure in the journey that's still left to come. And after a well-deserved nice rest, everyone reunited outside the Harried Mongoose and on Corel to discuss next steps. A request was sent to Haster for transportation to Jrusar, which was promptly provided, leaving you all to chase threads at the Starpoint Conservatory. Upon your arrival, you learned from the currently on-duty sort of receptionist at the conservatory, a woman named Rhea Saipace, that admittance to the campus for non-students would require a written letter of recommendation from either one of the Mahan houses, which are one of the noble houses in Jrusar, or from the government of the city, the Shande Quorum. Instead, we decided we would engage in what I am affectionately calling high school movie antics. Rick kept Miss Saipace busy, questioning her and asking for her help in finding the information you were after, while the rest of the party just sort of rushed inside and started digging through the library as quickly as possible. Luckily for you, Rick was very convincing, and once you actually got that far, it was kind of just assumed you'd gotten permission to be there. So, because it's not like there's a hall pass system or anything. And with Rick's lovable, trustworthy face keeping the receptionist's trust and convincing her you actually had just left to go get something to eat, you managed to find just enough time to get what you needed. One of the library scribes, an elven woman named Lorelei, helped you track down a pair of books on Ruidus currently in use by a student, who you then took the chance and tried talking to, which, it turns out, he's got a deep personal interest in studies of Ruidus outside his other academic studies, at which he's currently attending the conservatory for. He knew the Apothean, and he knew that two of the people there talking to him were the very people who had freed the Apothean by chance. And after a bit of fanboying and giving the young man a chance to speak with Elixion directly via Huxley's book, it got you the chance to note down every bit of relevant information from the 2 tomes in question. One, of Gods and a Red Moon was kind of a recounting of the Apotheon story, and which you mostly already knew from your, entire effort to save him, as well as a book called A Study of Superstition, which was a sort of long-term study conducted by a professor of the conservatory on a couple of Rudisborn individuals to sort of see if there's any merit to the superstitions around Rudisborn and the negativity around them. And then, just as you kind of got that, you managed to also get the student, Emmerich Brooks, his help in a quick exit. He pointed out where you should go, just as a pair of wardens that were sent by Miss Saipes just to make sure you had actually left were on their way into the library. You definitely snuck your way out as Emmerich slammed into them like a Looney Tunes character, tumbled all his books all over them, knocked them over, and and you got out. You circled back around, went inside the front door, and were like, hey, just back from lunch. Plan successful. Then you kind of had a quick conversation about what to do, where to go next, and you split up a bit. Rick stayed to sell his part of the lie that he was there for the information he could get from the receptionist, and the rest of you left. Melancholy, you all returned to the core spire. Melancholy went to track down a Nico Thatch, one of the members of this study that you were able to find out still lives in Jrusar, while the rest of you went to find a place to stay, getting rooms at the Spire by Fire. We now, and lest I forget, Nimra also made sure to make reservations at 7 p.m. on the dot at L'Amour, a Marquesian restaurant there on the core spire. So now you've got 2 dates tonight. Melancholy was able to figure out that Nico should be where he lives and about when he should be home, close to 6. And then Nimra's got a date at 7. So now, as you huddle together and discuss your next moves, the sun starting to set. The glow of the Spire by Fire illuminates the street outside, and you know you don't have long until Nico's due home. So what would you like to do?
Do we want to stake out the area where Nico's supposed to be? I mean, I don't want to use the word ambush, but I think we're planning to ambush him.
No, it is an apt word to use. Yes, ambush is appropriate. Yes, we probably should stake out area, at least understand where the angles are. If we can pull him in away from prying eyes, that is actually overly aggressive and probably will not get information from him.
Well, anyways, I was there, and she got like a mouthful of just like some kind of noodles that she ordered while everybody was talking, and there's like it's like kind of like it's a little kind of like little shitty little shack, right? I guess he probably would make a ton of money. It's got like he lives on the he lives on the outside, so it's like built into the wall, but it's kind of surrounded by enough that we could probably wait kind of like in the wings right outside his place, so to speak. It's sort of like almost like a street divot is carved into the side of the rock, so we can kind of tuck in there like a bunch of alley cats and just like snoop around, and then as soon as he gets to the door, we're like, hey, we'd like to talk to you about something important, actually. And then he would immediately trust us because we're all just so trustworthy.
Perfect. Why don't you lead the way?
Are we going now? Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll eat on the way. Let's go. It's out the door. Just shuffling noodles into her mouth.
I mean, this couldn't possibly go wrong.
Well, there are a number of ways it could go wrong. Would you like me to run them down for you?
I mean, the first on my list is somebody is definitely getting punched, and I feel like it's not going to be you or Celiana because you both don't.
We will be doing the punching.
Yeah,
would you like the first punch, or should I take it?
Of course you can.
Oh, you are too kind. Rick starts loosening up his hands.
You see, we're already like a well-oiled machine. This is gonna be great.
Are we not supposed to be avoiding punching like this?
Yes, Archivist, we are supposed to be avoiding punching like this. In fact, it is probably best we avoid violence in general, but it has been so long since I punched somebody. Maybe just a little one?
Well, I'm sure there's someone else we could punch that we don't necessarily need information from.
Okay.
The way I see it, if he doesn't want to cough it up, you get to swinging, you know? We go in nice, we go in with the smooth talk, and we're like, hey, buddy, why don't you spill the deets? And if he's like, oh, no, I can't. And I'm like, why don't you spill the deets to my friend's fist? And then you come in, boom, wallop him right there, instantly. Don't even let him see it coming. And then he's dazed and he's spinning, and I'm like, yeah, what's up? I got another one. And then Celiana comes in and boom, wallops him again. And then he's almost unconscious, but just conscious enough to give us the information. Works every time. Ideally, we will get this out of him without beating an innocent man in his own home. But
yes,
when push comes to shove, we're trying to save the world here or something, right? I think. I don't remember. So our work is important, though, so I'm sure he'll understand.
Could we not do... Does anybody know any charm magic? Can we not just... maybe approach this a bit more non-violently?
You're right. That probably would have been a good thing to start with. You're right. I was just saying, I didn't want to deny he's my friend. I didn't want to tell Rick he couldn't punch somebody if he wants to. You know?
I mean, I can charm him, I guess if we really need to, but
we can double charm him.
Let us
charm
with,
pals.
With standard approach of, hello, we are investigating, we'd like some information. That does not work. You may do your voodoo. And then if that does not work, Miss Sharp and I can do our voodoo.
Voodoo?
That's an acceptable course of action.
I love voodoo. Do a whole bunch of voodoo.
I am not unsensible.
Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan. Are we going? Now?
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. All right. Whoop. Still noodling away. Off she goes, out the door. And unless there's anywhere or anything anybody else needs to say, we will gather up and head back out into the core spire. She leads you like kind of in and through the spire itself. And now this is kind of the first time any of you have stepped into them. And the inside kind of betrays how this serves as a city, because it's kind of a lot bigger and a lot more. It's like almost hollowed out inside. It has tons of space and tons of crisscrossing passageways and streets and buildings line the inside of it as well, which kind of just saves you time navigating rather than going around the long way. And after it's maybe like a 20-25 minute walk, she gets you to your destination. You arrive at back on the outside of the spire itself, back exposed to the elements, just as she described, a sort of almost like a divot, like a street carved into the rock face that allows several homes to kind of side by side into the rock. And as you kind of get to this, like to the front of it, she kind of points down a ways. It's like the second house from the end. That's the one. He lives in there. And kind of pointing out there are little kind of alleyways and spaces between the buildings, and plenty of spaces where you might be able to kind of tuck yourself out of sight if that's the intention. So, are we hiding?
I guess another question is, are we all just going to approach him, or should we elect a volunteer?
No, that seems like a lot, and I have been told that I have a loving and caring face about me, but that is simply not true.
I think it is.
Don't
sell yourself short.
No, I appreciate that. I think a group of 6 is a lot. I think I should probably go get some information. Look around his abode and see what kind of person he is. And Rick's gonna head towards his front door.
Okay, all right. I think we have to act fast before he starts breaking things. What are we doing?
What time is it?
It is now, I'd say just about like between 5:30 5:45. You gauge if he is gonna like she said roughly around 6. If he gets home at 6 on the dot, you've got about 15 minutes to do something. Do we have designated talkers, like he said? Who's doing the talking? I've got the magic to charm him. Mal has magic to charm him. Do we want to tag team him? Do you want to?
Yeah, one of us can go first, and then the other one tag in if it doesn't work.
I'll be your backup.
Okay.
Okay, cool. We're clearly the hottest ones here. We'll get this in no time.
Obviously.
She kind of turns around and looks at whoever's closest. Don't worry, I'm only saying that to make them feel better. We are the hottest ones here.
There's just some stranger on the street who just wandered into the group. Thank you.
Yeah, she doesn't even check who's there. Could be a complete stranger. She doesn't know. Yeah, okay, sure. Keep going. Whose doorbell is ringing?
I'm sorry.
Rick's over there ringing
Okay,
the
I just couldn't
doorbell.
tell who's it was. Yeah.
I may have to go. Let me.
Hello,
I'm ding dong ditching.
I like the idea that we're all talking and he's just ding, 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 holding the door down, the bell down as long as he can. Hello? Is there anyone here? No answer means I'm allowed inside. Anyway, so yes, I think with that, Mel's gonna kind of like move up and try to find a place to like sort of tuck just out of the way near his door, just to kind of like step out and say hello, you know? What are the rest of you doing?
Seal is going to just tuck into the shadow of one of like the alleys next to the house to try and like keep watch in case someone starts coming towards the house.
Okay.
I guess Huxley will also try to kind of keep watch, pick like a completely different angle from Celiana's, just to make sure we sort of have all of our bases covered.
Okay.
So he's supposed to be a big giant bird person that's like pink, right? Like he's a pretty
he is
guy.
a very long-legged pink bird person, is what you've been told. He is a pink Isura with very long legs.
So a little flamingo-esque.
Nimra is going to sit in plain sight. If there's any like benches on the street, like how in cartoons how they'll hide behind like a newspaper. Nimra is going to take the newspaper from Mal that Mal acquired the last session.
Okay.
Just
good.
Yeah, totally.
And
look totally
Mal?
inconspicuous behind it.
Got it.
I think Mal is also just chilling on the bench.
Okay.
Watching the birds.
Are they sharing? Are they looking at the newspaper together? Cute.
The difference being is Nimra's actually reading it, and Mal is looking for the giant, colorful bird person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I will say.
You don't want Nimra looking.
All of you, save for Rick, we're gonna do a group stealth check for this. For those actually hiding, you're hiding. For those who are sitting on the bench, you are trying to pass yourselves off as inconspicuous as possible. Getting the rolls in early.
Okay.
Oh no!
It's gonna be a 14.
I will actually cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. Now, Pass Without a Trace has a range. They have to be close enough to you for it to affect them.
Within 30 feet of me.
Okay, so then I would say, based on where everybody's positioned, that would probably it'll affect you, Nimra, and Huxley. And Whereas, well, I guess Celiana, you didn't specify where. I said Mel was specifically close to the house. The bench you guys find is kind of like across the street from it. So I guess Seal, would you be like like on the house's side of the street, on his house, or on the opposite side of the street?
I would say on the house's side of the street is what I originally intended.
Okay, so then the +10 from Pass Without Trace will apply to Nimra, Mal, and Huxley.
That's good.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go around. Nimra, what'd you get?
24 with Pass Without Trace.
Okay. Mal?
27.
Okay. Hux?
16 with. It was on an 18 and then it rolled.
Oh.
Seal?
18.
Okay. And, well, you know, we can't win them all. Oh, wait. She has a pretty good stealth. Okay. She got a 15.
Oh.
Okay.
So she rolled pretty ass, though. So she just has really good stealth. Okay.
I guess she was a spy. That makes sense.
Right, yeah.
To be
I
sure.
hope.
Spy.
She's not the best spy, but... okay.
Doesn't
So
mean she was a good spy.
Yeah, that's
There you
fair. That's fair.
you all settle in, find your spaces. Celiana and Mel kind of dip into the divots around his house. Huxley, you kind of tuck in just kind of in a kind of shrouded space behind where the bench that you see Mal and Nimra on. And Rick is at the door, ringing the doorbell, knocking on the door, and you get no response. Rick, what are you doing?
Great. Is the door unlocked?
It is not locked. Or, it is not
It's
unlocked.
not locked? Great.
It is not unlocked. It is not unlocked. It is not unlocked.
Okay. Describe the lock layout. Is it just a single handle? Is there an additional deadbolt on top? Like, what does it kind of look like? Is it locked or just kind of like standard lock?
It is a door handle with a deadbolt on top. The locking mechanism is in the deadbolt. Yeah.
Rick mutters to himself under his breath. Stupid lock. I'm sure it couldn't stop me, but that would ruin our approach. Okay, so based on the way this is, does it look like there might be a backside, like a back door or something?
Based on how it's built,
Yeah.
there could be one on either side. You need to check. From this angle, you won't be able to tell. And the back of the building is like in the rock. So
That's what I was asking. Okay. Yeah.
there might be one on the sides though. There's a good amount
yeah.
of side to the house.
Yeah.
That
Let's take a look. Rick's going to put on his best architect face as if he's examining the building, and just like wander around the side, take a look, see if there's any weak
Give me an investigation check.
Yes.
Is he like passing by Seal during this time?
You would see him dip into where you're hiding, yeah, and then he would eventually go to the side Melancholy's on as well.
Whatever he does, she's just gonna be like, "Do you need some help? I can probably get their lock if you want."
Well, but if that would ruin your stealthiness, I do not want to ruin your approach. But if you can get through a lock, yes, that would be lovely.
I could attempt.
15 on an investigation for like another door in the area.
Okay. And Seal, are you gonna go to try to pick the lock?
It's probably not worth it. It's probably not worth it.
But is it funny?
No.
Oh no! It's but funny would have been Rick going through the door, which he's more than capable of doing.
No, I think she's gonna stay hidden.
Okay.
Smart decision.
Yeah,
Rick,
we're starting to find more brain cells, friends.
There you go.
Just one amongst all 6 of us.
That's right. You start to kind of look the building up and down on either side. It is a pretty small place. You see when you actually go around to Melancholy's side that initially the edifice looks like a 2-story building. There's no other entrance on the bottom though, but there is a door on the upstairs section. On Melancholy's side, there is a staircase like that kind of goes upstairs, and you notice that in your look, you kind of get the sense this might be 2 homes because there is 2 mailboxes kind of on the front of the building.
Interesting.
On the other side, though, there is the only kind of entry point you see is a window. There is one window on each side on the first floor, one window on each side on the second floor, and then on Melancholy's side, I'll say the right side, there is a staircase with a small little porch that goes to another door upstairs.
And Melancholy was very clear that he lived on the bottom, or just that he lived in the building?
She seemed to be directing towards the bottom. She didn't make mention of the upstairs or anything.
Okay. All right. Okay. The windows on the bottom, they're closed, yes?
Yes, as far as I can
And they
tell.
look to be standard sized?
I would say so, yes.
Broad-shouldered Goliath probably would have a difficult time squeezing through one of these things.
Yeah, I would argue. Like, you could do it. It would be uncomfortable. If it was broken, the glass would cut you up.
Yeah, let me rephrase. A broad-shouldered claustrophobic Goliath would be comfortable squeezing through one of these things?
Probably not the best then, no.
Okay. Then I will venture up the stairs to the second floor.
Okay. Those of you on the street, Hux, Mal, and Nimric, give me perception checks, please.
Lovely.
Rick, you head up the staircase.
Not me.
What are you doing at that door? No, not you.
Oh, we
Okay.
knock. Is anybody home?
You knock? Okay.
That's a 16.
That's an 11.
2.
Okay.
In character.
After a few minutes, Rick, you can hear. Yes? Who is it?
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Rick. I was hoping to speak with your neighbor downstairs, but he does not appear to be home. Would you happen to know if he can be expected home this evening?
Speak with who? Downstairs?
Downstairs, yes.
Who are you looking for?
Rick would know the name. AJ's got no idea.
That's fair. His name is Nico Thatch. Nico Thatch. Yes, that was the name. Safe to assume you all discussed the name before coming in. I will write it out also.
Lots of names in my notebook, none of which I can distinguish.
That's fair.
Yeah, okay. Nico Thatch, downstairs apartment. That's how I'm gonna remember it.
There you go.
Mr. Thatch.
Oh, yes. I believe he usually comes home around this time. He works at the Dreamscape Theater, you know. Lovely place, that's really nice shows. I've been meaning to go, but I haven't had the time. And my usual company is out of town this week, so I've sadly had to miss the latest showing. But it's quite good. I believe he works in the backstage staff, and yes, he's usually home around this time.
The door hasn't opened, I presume.
No, this is all through the door.
No, that's fair. I would expect nothing less. Thank you for that information. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Tell Nico I said hello.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
There's no response.
Oh. Rick will knock again. Ma'am?
I'd also argue, just to clarify real quick, I'd argue with your passive perception how it is, you would have heard her walk away from the door.
Yeah.
After she said say hello.
Yeah.
But like after she said hello, but before you mentioned. So just to clarify, she's not avoiding the question. She just thought you were done. She just walked away.
She just thought yes.
Yeah.
Rick will knock again.
Okay. And after a minute, hear the footsteps approach. Yes, hello. Who is it?
I cannot tell him who said hello if I do not know your name, ma'am.
Oh, hello. Yes, you can tell him his upstairs neighbor. said hello. He knows my name. You hear footsteps again.
This is just my grandma.
The camera, I like to think the camera shows like the back of Rick and like with the door, and you can like he pans around and you can see Rick. He's like, his gray skin is starting to get purplish because he's getting mad.
You can see it from the back angle. You see his shoulders tense up. It's like, oh, fucking, he's pissing me off.
His hand goes to his belt and tightens around his hand axe, and then kind of shakes his head. No, that seems excessive.
That's not worth it.
But it is so rude not to give a name. I gave my name. And he's just like mumbling to himself as he walks down the stairs.
Seal, give me a perception check, please.
Okay. Where is my perception? Okay, that is an 11.
Okay.
You're all beating Nimra. And that's all that matters.
Mal, you hear in your head, hey, psst, hey, he's here, he's going for the door. What are you doing? Are you paying attention? Get up. Okay, I'm going. I'm walking. You better be with me.
Yeah, I'm up and I'm heading for him.
Thankfully somebody rolled well on their perception check. She's like out, and when she says this, you kind of notice immediately, Mal, that just to kind of give you a sense, because he basically, the way I pictured him, he basically looks exactly like the real bird I'm basing him off, with a little clothes, like just with a little bit of clothes on, some pants, you know. He's in his, like, you see this this, like I said, very tall, kind of long-legged pink ice fura. He's it's not like a flamingo. Specifically, I would describe it as looking like an ibis, a scarlet ibis. So he's got a real long beak that kind of curves downwards, and he's got they're not as long as a flamingo, but they're long legged, like when you proportion it to anthropomorphic size. And he's just kind of walking along. He's got like a sort of, I picture the theater uniform sort of like bellhopish, kind of like the gondola attendants. He's got a little fez on, and he's got like a nice little coat over top, or a nice little vest over top, like a button-up shirt that looks really weird because of how he's shaped so kind of round, and then his legs just stick out the bottom, and he's got like, I suppose I shouldn't say pants, he's got like shorts on, and the legs are kind of long enough where it just looks very goofy looking, to be honest. And I'll just post a picture of the bird because I think this bird is very pretty, so you get a sense of his like rough kind of shape, just sort of like straighten it out a bit to anthropomorphize him just enough to make him not embarrassingly silly looking.
I give Nimra a little kick on the ankle, like a gentle, like, hey, jerk my head in direction to get their attention. And
in that time, Seal and Hux, you'll also hear Melancholy's voice in your head. Hey, we're doing stuff. He's here. I saw him. I don't think we were paying attention. Okay.
Huxley's like playing with a lighter or something in the alleyway.
Everybody got distracted. Yeah.
Would you even notice now kicking them?
I think so. I think it's rough enough that like it shakes your newspaper enough to catch your attention. Yeah.
What do we do?
He's here. Let's go.
All right.
They begrudgingly fold up the newspaper and stand up when you do.
So Mal and Nimra are both approaching. Okay. You'll catch up with them just as Melancholy does, but you see she kind of gestures like for either of you to take the lead. She said she's the backup, so she kind of like circles just behind you guys and just kind of waits. And as you kind of approach, you see him kind of get to the door. Rick, in those last couple minutes, were you still up by the door grumbling to yourself?
No. He came downstairs. No, the intention was with no information. He was just going to come downstairs and just hang out on the street.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I'll say similar to before. Give me a stealth check just to see just how inconspicuous you are and you're hanging out on the street. Let's see.
15.
Okay, got it.
I think Seal is still in the alley, but like kind of just inches a little bit closer to the end of the street. So if she needs to turn the corner, if something happens, she's right there.
Like to be with the others, you mean?
Yeah, like
Okay.
if something goes down, she's able to get there in a turn.
Okay, got it. Sure.
But she's still like hidden.
Right.
Huxley will also kind of hang back too, since we have 2 people approaching, but just enough to like keep people in line of sight.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, you'll see as 3 of you approach, he's kind of like his feathered hands digging in through his like vest pockets, trying to fish out a key. You hear it kind of jingling, and he goes to unlock the door when he kind of feels you coming, and his head just kind of like turns sideways, and like the beak clicks a couple times. Just yes, hello. Can I help you?
Hi, excuse me, Mr. Thatch.
That's me.
My friends and I were hoping we could ask you a couple of questions.
And he kind of sort of like fluffs his wings a little bit, and he kind of tucks the keys back in his pocket, and he kind of turns around. Yes, I'd be happy to help if I can. What is it you need?
Well, we had a few questions about a study that you were a part of. Maybe could require some clarification.
And you see his brow kind of furrows a bit, and his head sort of like tilts and bobs around a little bit. You wouldn't be talking about the conservatory study at the Star Point?
We would be talking about the conservatory stuff at the Star Point of you being. And then Nimra's going to look around. Through to spawn.
He kind of clearly he sort of like shifts a bit. That was several years ago. I'm not sure what use I would be, what you'd get out of me that you wouldn't get out of the study itself.
Well, I'm sure that there's always more of a story. You see, I'm a researcher. This is for my personal work, and I thought that having first-hand account might be better than talking from a book or from the study itself. It's not often that you get to talk to those who were observed.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh man. Oh, why are you guys having Nimra talk?
Look, none of us are great at this except for maybe Rick.
Well, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
All right. 2 of our most impulsive characters between Rick and Melancholy are probably our best at persuasion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am a charisma caster with intelligence personality.
That's right.
Alright, we ready for this? Are you ready
Yes.
for the shittiest roll known to man?
Do it.
No,
You
no,
got this.
it can't be like what, negative
Okay.
2? Okay.
No, I mean, I don't have negative stats, thankfully. That's gonna be a 17.
Okay. You see, he kind of shifts where he stands. His legs kind of coming up one at a time a little bit while he does, and he kind of looks around. It's just you 3.
And Dimra is going to turn around and stare at Mal. If you were looking, you would see the panic in their face.
No, actually, we've got a couple of other folks, but we didn't want to, like, sort of ambush you, you know? I know this subject is sensitive.
Right. Just ambush me a little. That's okay. Well,
Sorry,
my
we're,
place isn't... all
we're
that.
helping the archivist with a little of the personal research. So we do appreciate it.
Right. Well, my place isn't that big. I don't know how many of you it could fit, but at least for now, I wouldn't mind answering a couple questions for you. Just are the rest of you here? I don't. How many more should I be expecting?
There's just how many of us are there? Oh my god.
There's 6 of us, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. There's 3 more of us. Let me send them a quick message. I'll let them know we were able to get a hold of you. And I will duck aside and message Celiana and Rick. Hey, come on. He's agreed to talk.
I'll make my way over.
Okay. Hux, that leaves you. What are you doing?
I mean, I'm assuming I'm watching the conversation, so like if I see other people start walking over there, then I'll assume he was invited to the party.
Okay, fair. Yeah. So when the rest of you show up, and now you've kind of got your actual little crowd, he kind of just like again sort of shifts and turns and kind of gets his key and kind of fiddles to open the door, unlocks it. And as it opens, he kind of just sort of steps in and steps just out of the way. He just, you can make your way down this way, right in, first right through the hall.
Thank you. Yeah, head in.
Okay.
I actually think that Rick will show up, or at least to the door, but he'll stop just shy of like going in. I think I'll keep an eye out here, just in case we end up with unwanted company.
And you'll see his brow kind of furrow in again. He'll just, do you expect unwanted company?
Well, in the time
Should I be worried?
In the time I have been in Jrusar, we have had the guards called on us 3 times, mostly because of the way I look. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but 6 of us walking into a room generally might draw unwanted attention. It's probably best if I stay outside.
Make a persuasion check.
At least it's Rick. It'll probably be fine. Man, we got stats for days.
21.
Yep.
Okay. He seems to kind of nod along as you explain.
Rick just kind of like look at.
I mean, he does look scary, so he believes you when you say that people think you look scary, basically. And he's just like, okay, well, not to be rude, if you would mind maybe watching from across the street a bit, so people don't see if the guards are profiling you. Maybe I don't want them profiling my house, so.
Rick gives a deep bow. Of course, that is why I do not think for myself. And Rick will turn around and walk to the other
He
side.
puts up like a quick feather just before you go, and he's just like, if there's trouble, knock 3 times. And then as you go, he will shut the door. And he kind of like, the rest of you see him kind of nervously sort of lock it. And he's got a lot going on right now. Rick, you can head back out across the street. And the rest of you, as you step in, it's a pretty humble little space. The doorway just connects straight to a hallway. Right down the hall, there's a door shut at the end. There is an open kind of archway to the right that leads where he pointed you out, that leads kind of to a living room. And then sort of in that like back corner, there's a door on the left side, and then the living room connects to a sort of kitchen dining space through an archway as well. And when you step in, he kind of gestures for you to sit, and there's a couple there's like a couch and a couple of small kind of upholstered seats around a coffee table, and there's a little fireplace kind of tucked into the corner, and you can see it's kind of like the chimney sort of isn't like a straight up, it's kind of oddly carved to wind up through the building to find an exit out of the rack. And as you sit, he kind of just steps in behind you and sort of kind of rubs his hands together, clearly a little nervous. I don't know how this works. Do you want tea? Would you like a drink, or is this a quick thing? Is it in and out? I don't know what to really. I wasn't expecting company, so.
Tea would be lovely, thank you.
Nimrod's gonna pull out a tome from their bag that if anybody was nearby and was able to see it, you would see that it's clearly labeled with a bunch of annotations with question marks where it just says Ruidus Born on the top, and where they've clearly just jostled down their ideas. And they're just going to go through question by question. No, this should be quick. I only have... And they're going to quickly scan down the page. 10 questions for you. Maybe more.
Oh. Okay. Sure. Well, yes, I'll put down some tea and then we can just start while it's being prepared. And he will kind of step out for a minute, allow you to get comfortable, put some tea on, and step back. And he sort of he kind of brings a chair in from the kind of the kitchen dining room space, because between the rest of you, you've taken up all the seating space. He kind of puts it down and sort of like stands in front of it, and his legs just kind of like awkwardly like kind of scrunch in a weird way for him to actually be able to sit on it. Well, yes, your friend told me there might be company. Unwanted? God, to be honest, kind of freaked me out. Is this... please, go ahead with your questions, but forgive me if I'm a bit nervous.
Well, I'll start out with the obvious ones that when I was perusing the study, I'd wondered, at the end, for the future work section, it mentioned where people had left. I just want to know if you kept in contact with any of the others that were studied or the professor who'd studied you.
So you see he kind of like looks at each of you for a minute. Well, I didn't keep in touch with the professor, no. I personally left the study because I sort of, well, I didn't really get what I was hoping I would get out of it. So I kind of just, I left it behind. I didn't want that to sort of be part of my life anymore. The academia and the Ruidus stuff, you know, it had followed me long enough. I was hoping something would come of the study to help with that, and it didn't really, so I just kind of receded into my life here. I'm not natively from Jrusar. I am actually from, far off. I'm actually from Wildmount. So I'm pretty far from home, but I had enough trouble with the being as I am as it was. It didn't help that I was unlucky enough to be one of the first in my family in quite a long time to be born with, and he opens his arms up, feathers this color when everyone else is white feathered and the moon is red, and you can imagine that didn't really win me any points with the superstitious crowd. So, you know, I didn't go home. But the others, I can't remember now. It's been some time. I didn't keep in touch with the one. What was her name? Camilla, I think. I kept in touch with Laurel, though. Yes. Me and her became kind of quite good friends, you know. We, during the course of the study, Camilla traveled much, and I remember it was quite a pain for the professor and the others involved in the study to have to follow her around. But they did give us permission. They didn't tell us we had to stay in one place. So Laurel was more stationary, like me, for some time, and we sort of formed a friendship that way before she left off to do other things and before the study concluded. I keep in touch with her. We talk every now and then, letters, that sort of thing. But unfortunately, no, I didn't keep in touch with anyone else.
Has Laurel continued correspondence with you? Is it regular? Have you spoken recently?
So I just want to ask, what are the rest of you doing as Nimra's asking these questions? Kind of what's your stature? What's your position? Are you doing anything specific, or are you just kind of like seated and observing as this goes on?
I think Huxley's interested in like whatever things he has in his house. Just like looking to see what kind of decorations he keeps or personal items, or kind of like what Rick was saying, get the gist of like what kind of person he is just from his environment.
Okay.
I'm not like up and wandering
Right.
around.
You're doing it from... Gotcha, okay.
Whatever vantage point I have.
Right.
I'm definitely focusing on his demeanor as he's talking, how he's feeling, if he's feeling relaxed and like comfortable telling us this, or if perhaps there are things he's less comfortable talking about.
Okay. Seal?
I am definitely listening in fairly intently.
Okay.
She's not sitting down. I think she's like kind of ready in case something does happen, always on guard, but this is the information that could be what she's been waiting for, so yeah.
Okay. I'll say, so Huxley, give me a perception check. Mal, give me an insight check. And then I want all of you to give me a group persuasion check.
Oh, thank God. You said group, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll go one at a time. First, I'll start with the persuasion checks were what? Let me get those first.
Oh, persuasion check.
3 for Nimra, okay.
21.
21.
I rolled a natural 20 for a 24.
24, that's good. Seal?
10.
10. And Mel got a 23. Now, Mal, what was your insight check?
An 8.
8. Okay. And Hux, your perception?
13.
Okay. So, he kind of starts looking around at the lot of you when Nimra asks this question. Mal, you can't really read much. His features are pretty kind of hard to discern with how, bird-like they are. But it is not hard to tell when he starts looking around that he's kind of trying to gauge you guys before answering that question. Hux, you notice, at least here, it's pretty simple. The seating is all like it seems nice, but the simplicity of the decor and the layout of the house, at least from what you've seen in these front spaces, it seems like the nice couch and the nice upholstery on the seats. There's kind of two possibilities you read from that. He either had to save up for that, or he made those like himself. If he's like a craftsperson at work, maybe. He doesn't seem like he has a lot of money, so the nicer things in the home are clearly things that might have taken effort to collect. But in the front, besides that, there isn't too much that kind of gives you any sort of read on him. It's all pretty simple, kind of basic necessities. Though you do know there's at least 2 other rooms that you haven't seen that are both behind doors at the end of the hall. So he kind of looks around at a lot of you, and he sort of shifts in his seat and kind of puts his hands on his knees, rocks a little bit. I need you all to be honest before I can answer that question. I want to be honest with you. So, you seem to me to be trustworthy, at least enough for me to believe what you're saying. But I need to know well, are you looking to speak to all of us? Are you trying to find Laurel and Camilla? And what is it that you're hoping to learn from us that wasn't in the study already, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, you've been honest with us, so of course we'll be honest with you. We have a few people who are important to us who are also Druid is born. And we've come to discover that something has put them at risk. And we want to find you and the other participants in the study to see if we can't mitigate that risk. Keep them safe, and probably you all as well.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Jesus!
There you go. Goodbye.
It is across
Can you
the
see
room.
it
I'm
from
not
where you
going
are?
after it.
Can you just...
No, it has fully rolled under a piece of furniture.
Well, then it's gone. Talk about dice jail.
It's gone. We're getting out of the dice box. Let's try that again. There we go. Ooh, that's an 18 plus 10, 28.
Cool.
Okay.
Damn.
He kind of nods. Well, that makes sense. Okay. And one other thing. Your friend mentioned unwanted company. He said the wardens seemed distrusting of him for his appearance. Is that what it is, or are there people trying to find you?
To find us specifically, I wouldn't say that. But we
Bit
have
both.
not made friends with some people, if I can put it like that.
Okay. Well, he gets up. One moment, and he kind of steps into the kitchen, and you see him kind of set up the tea, finish kind of preparing it, serve it, and he comes back out, hands it out to those who want it, sits with a little glass himself, or with a little cup himself, and he briefly shoots a look kind of at the doorway before he starts speaking. Yes. Laurel and I have kept in touch over the years, and it turns out she was here yesterday. She came by to see me, rather unexpectedly. She didn't warn me she was coming. She's in the city, and she's looking into things herself. She wouldn't say much. She knew I wanted out of all this business and didn't want to pull me in. She didn't tell me she was in danger, but I don't know if I believe her. If you're really if you think there is a danger to us, to people like us, and you're trying to put a stop to it, I'm willing to try to tell you where she is. If you're willing to tell me that you're going to do your best to try to keep her safe from whatever might be coming. I don't have the means. I'm not very physically capable or all that smart really myself. I work in props in a theater. That's where my ability lies, you know. Soft hands. They work well putting things together. But if something is coming after her or us, I wouldn't be able to stop it.
Our hope is that we're going to keep everyone like you safe. That's why we're here.
This fucking sucks. I really didn't want this to happen. This is why I tried to back out. I might have to move. That's okay. All right.
I'm sorry, I know this is ill news.
To be fair, moving may or may not help. I mean, our goal isn't to scare you, but there are some otherworldly powers at work here that we don't know exactly how or why or where they work necessarily or what they're trying to accomplish. Honestly, your best course of action is to keep doing what you're doing, but be vigilant. Maybe make sure people are checking in on you. You have friends, right? In the city? People who...
I know a couple people, yes.
Just to stick close to people, I guess.
I've tried to stay inconspicuous over the years for a reason. Okay, well, yes, Laurel came to see me yesterday. She was here for a little bit. She's trying to get into the Ascension's Rise. It's one of the two big universities here. Very stingy on admittance. They don't like outsiders going in. She had told me she had tried to get in and they didn't let her, so I suspect by trying to get in, she doesn't mean through the front door. She let me know she's staying at the Spire by Fire here on the Core Spire, so if you're going to catch her, I'd imagine that'll be where. But a word of advice from a friend of hers for a long time, she's skittish, and well, she's not very good at reading people, so she tends to assume she shouldn't trust them. So if you're going to try to come at her, you know, maybe don't do the ambush tactic like you did here, and try just, you know, being open is probably the best. If you need, you can tell her I vouch for you guys. That might do something, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know if she's up to anything else or if she's there now, but she was here yesterday morning. She left by noon, and she hasn't come back since, but that is where she told me she was staying and what she was doing, so.
What does she look like, if I may ask?
She's a tiefling. Red skin, kind of shorter horns, black hair. She dresses usually in she likes to wear robes, you know, all sorts of different colors. When she was here yesterday, they were blue and black sort of color scheme. I'd imagine she might have a different outfit on today, but she has you'll notice that her eyes are blue. She has sort of light blue eyes and the sclera on her eyes is black. Pretty distinct look. I think you'll be able to tell. It's her when you see her.
Thank you
All
for
right.
all of the information you've given us thus far. I just
Of
have a
course.
few more questions.
Sure, by all means.
I know you said that you were not particularly interested in keeping track of the professor or anybody else from the experimental research. But do you have any idea where we heard that he might have moved? Do you have any inkling as to a university he moved to, or if he just left?
I've got no idea. I haven't. The study was ended a couple years ago, and I pulled away from that years ago as well. I think maybe the last time I spoke with the professor was 3-4 years ago now. If he's left the city, I wouldn't have any idea. As far as I knew, he was still teaching at the conservatory. So, again, I've tried not. Besides leaving it, I've tried not to think about it for a while. The only thing that jogs it all in my memory is talking to Laurel on occasion.
And do you know if Laurel was any closer to Camilla than yourself?
I'm not sure. She might have been, but if she was, she didn't really tell me about it.
And I assume you didn't know too much about her. You might not know where she's from or if she has any family.
Who? Camilla?
Yes, Camilla.
Family, I definitely don't know. I don't know that much about her. Where she's from? I think I remember her mentioning at some point she's from some place in Caldore, I think. I can't remember. I think she's not from Marquette. I think she was traveling here, or something along those lines when she got involved in this. So, but that might be completely. I might be completely misremembering. So, I would take that with a grain of salt.
And then while he's talking, Nimra's dutifully taking notes and double checking that they didn't miss any questions that they wanted to ask, which I don't think.
Also, I did notice that the server shut down. I'm starting it back up. For those of you who noticed, I hate that if I don't click anything and after too long it shuts down, which is so annoying. Sorry, I'll drop in the chat when it's open again so you can hop back in. Sorry.
I am curious. You said you were from Wildmount, and
Yes.
Camilla's from Taldore. Where's Laurel from?
Well, she's from, as far as I know, we didn't talk about her past very much. I think she mentioned she's from here in Marquette. I think maybe. No, but that doesn't make sense. I always thought it was strange. I think she was born here, but I think her family, she never mentioned, like I said. I think she's from here, but I think born somewhere in the south, somewhere in Shenador or something. But she had a pretty distinct accent, which was familiar to me considering where I'm from. So I'm pretty sure her parents are Zemnian, maybe? She still has a pretty heavy Zemnian accent to this day, so.
Would you mind looking at a picture? I suppose you don't know much about her family, but
Sure.
he's gonna kind of fumble around with Agatha's book and then opened it up to the front page where there's that kind of well-worn photo of him and Agatha on their wedding photo, quote unquote, and just kind of put a hand over where he is and show him Agatha. Just how you're describing her kind of reminds me a little bit of someone I know.
He kind of tilts it. He turns his whole head sideways to get one eye kind of focused on it. And he kind of looks at it real close. Interesting. That looks almost just like her. A little bit different. Eyes are different color. That's it. You could almost say they're sisters. That's interesting. No, more than sisters. They look so similar. That's so strange. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I would, if I didn't look at it too close, I'd say that's her, honestly.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Kind of closes the book and then is just holding it against his chest.
And he kind of like sits back a bit and seems to kind of think on it for a second. Do you know her by chance?
Her name is Agatha. I'm from Wild Mount myself, from Hupperduke.
Yes.
And she moved there a while back, and she's my wife. She's been missing for a while, and you know she never really talked about her family, and I never really. You know, people have complicated family lives, and they don't want to talk about it. They don't. I just
I sort of got the same read from Laurel, to be honest. She's mentioned her family before, but sort of every time she talked about it, she seemed a little tense. And also, I mean, I think we got to know each other pretty well. And she seems the same person today as she was so many years ago. I always felt like she was either hiding something or she didn't know. When we would talk about our families, I know my family pretty well. I have a couple siblings and my parents, and I know their parents and their siblings, and we were all pretty tight-knit. I know where they're at, how they've been, but Laurel always seemed distantly removed from her family, and I could never get the sense if I didn't think she would hide something from me, though. So I assumed either it's a sore subject, but part of me always felt like she didn't really know what she was talking about. Kind of like she was making it up as she went along. So maybe that's something to ask her about. You've got a picture of somebody who looks just like her. Maybe that's a younger her. I don't know. Maybe she's not. I have no idea. Honestly, now I'm kind of nervous. I hope she wasn't like catfishing me this whole time, kind of deal,
No, I can't imagine she would.
Right. I don't think so. I think Laurel is Laurel. I think she is who she is. I'm not sure. Now I'm not sure, honestly. That sort of threw me for a loop. I suppose you'll have to ask her. And if we ever talk again, you should tell me what she tells you. I'm very curious.
Of course. Definitely. I think I'm finished. I'm gonna go get some fresh air. If you guys have any more questions, I'm just gonna take a walk real quick.
Oh,
Thank you
course.
for the tea. It's appreciated.
Yes. He kind of quickly gets up, collects the cup from you, and follows you to the door just to make sure he can lock it when you step out before he returns to the rest of you. Sorry. Is there anything else?
Nimra looks to their notes and then back around to the only other two remaining in the... Well, 3 remaining in the room. Motioning if anybody wants to ask a question. Because they're already done. They've got what they needed.
I think that's everything. Thank you for your time, for the tea.
Of course.
Someone should probably go after Huxley.
Right. Please. By all means.
As we leave, Seal's just gonna say, there's a student at the conservatory who was attempting to reach out to you and was very helpful for us. So if you wanted to, help him out with his research, he was very sweet and helpful. And Emmerich Brooks, he said he sent you a letter. I cannot imagine you threw it out and did not want to meet with him.
To be honest,
if you could,
okay. Well, now I feel bad. I'll be honest. I don't really want more people in my house talking about this, but if you can let him know to send me a letter again, I'll answer this time. For your sake. But please, if you do find him, please tell him not to come to my house. I really don't want more people I don't know coming to my house. Thank you for letting me know. I kind of feel like an asshole now, but still, this is a lot. Between Laurel coming back and then there's 6 people showing up at my house asking about this, kind of freaking me out. But I'll answer his questions if need be. In written words, preferably. And with that, he kind of gets up and collects the cups from those who were drinking tea, puts it away, steps to the door to allow you guys to step out. And kind of as you're going, he just, thank you. Hope I could help in what way I can. And if you wouldn't mind, like I said, please, whether by letter or if you just stop by for a moment, come to update me on the situation if you learn anything. I'm quite concerned for the safety after what you told me, and also just curious. So, please and good luck. And he kind of just shuts the door, and you hear whoop. You hear the lock close, and you hear kind of a couple more locks get put on the door as well. This time, before he steps away, and you are now back together outside in the street.
Do I see Huxley?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same question.
Yeah, what's he doing when he steps out?
I think he just steps out and just kind of paces up and down for a minute, just getting some fresh air. He doesn't run off anywhere.
Well, but that's a clear trigger. So Huxley steps out, nobody follows him, and then he starts pacing. Now Rick's worried.
Yeah.
So Rick's gonna, Rick will immediately approach once we know there's a problem. Hey, bud, I'm not going to ask if everything is okay. Everything is not okay. What is going on?
I think I just found out that I have a sister-in-law.
Congratulations! Oh, that's not good. Okay. Not going to pry. How are we feeling?
I never considered the possibility, because I don't really have any family, and Aggie never wanted to. She never really talked about her family, so I just assumed she didn't have any, or that she hated them, and I'm fine with that. If you want to cut somebody out of your life, you do it. You just cold turkey. But the idea that someone that looks exactly like my wife is sleeping in the same inn that we're staying in is, I don't know. I'm curious, but I feel if Aggie wanted to tell me things, then I feel like she would have, and prying feels dishonest. But I want to so badly.
Rick's gonna put a hand on Huxley's shoulder. It's important that you trust your wife. She did not want to talk about this, and you respected that. But for some reason, this woman, your sister-in-law, potentially holds information to saving your wife. This is not about prying into Aggie's past. This is about ensuring that Aggie has a future. With you. So do not think of this woman as your sister-in-law, if that helps you justify this. But whoever this woman is, we need to speak to her. Because she very well might have information that will allow me to cut my way through hell and get you back to your wife.
Right. I know. I just really want to make a good impression, because what if she's skittish? What if she hates me? What if I scare her? What if she thinks I'm some sort of creep and I can't have... What if Aggie wants to reestablish a relationship with her?
Rick puts his other hand on Huxley's shoulder and goes, Huxley, you're traveling with me. I assure you, if anybody scares her or creeps her out, it will be me, not you. Okay?
Okay.
Deep breath. I'm sure the rest of the group is going to be walking through the door at any moment. You know I always have your back.
Mm-hmm.
Or your front. Or I can stand side by side with you. Whatever you need. We're going to be okay. We're going to save Aggie. We're going to reunite the two of you. And then we will deal with the sister-in-law thing. Which could very well be a good thing. Okay? So relax. Smile. This is good. You have a sibling.
I don't. Wow. That's crazy.
It is, but so much fun. As somebody who has many brothers in arms, this is very exciting.
In that,
Okay.
the rest of you come outside, see the two of them together, as Nika locks the door behind you, leaving you out in the streets together. It's pretty dark now, and the time that you've been in there, I'd say it's been maybe an hour and change. So it's close to, you got there right before 6, so it's maybe just right before 7.
Okay. Where to?
I think somebody has a date they have to get to.
That's right, of course.
Yeah, you can get moving. Don't want to keep him waiting.
But you don't.
Yes. Forgive me for absconding so quickly. Please, feel free to reach out if needed. I presume
Nobody's gonna bother you. You're gonna be busy. You're gonna be busy tonight. We will handle the saving the world stuff. You go get yours, okay? We'll be fine.
Nimra's going to pull out the tome that recently has all of the Rudisborn information and is going to pass it to Seal. Here is all of the information that I have at this point. If you will find this necessary or helpful yourself, or if you want to also pass it to Mr. Rose for perusal, just so that way everybody's on the same page. I'm not there.
Probably. Thank you. She'll look very uncomfortable holding this book. Just like so much information.
The biggest book she's ever held in her life.
Like a newborn, just out front. Just
Yes.
I don't know what to.
Yeah. Okay. So, you'll gather together, start making your way back the way Mel led you to get to Nico's place in the first place. Split once you're back outside, like on the outer side of the spire itself. Nimra, you know where to go since you went and found it in the first place. And you judge you're cutting it a little close, but you should have time to get there. The rest of you return to the Spire by Fire. And head in. All kind of. Oh,
Are we,
yes.
Are we okay with this as characters? We're good with Nimra just like genuinely. This is. I think it's important that the audience see this conversation happen over the table. Are we okay with this?
I was under the impression that Nimmer would have some bodyguards
Yes.
tailing behind them in the
With the
background.
newspapers.
Yes.
Hey, you made a reservation for you and him at 7. So that's what I was going with. If someone's following, now's the time to do it. Yeah.
Nimra, if you don't want to go by yourself, I mean...
I know. I think.
No, Nimmer's gone.
I think Rick's following.
Okay.
Oh. No.
Rick is like the dad that absolutely does
Rick
not want
is-
his kid to go on a date.
Yeah,
The guy
listen.
that shows up with a shotgun.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like Hastor's big and bad. Like he's a big bad guy, but Rick's definitely like, listen, fella, I've been through hell once and I have no problem going back. Right? That kind of thing.
It's okay. Hastor doesn't look
it's-
intimidating, at least.
That's
It's
the
hard
worst thing
because-
about him. He's charming and
Because,
suave and dresses nice. Rick doesn't trust that.
Rick is the long-suffering father of many reckless children.
It's true. he keeps picking up adopted kids over and over again.
Just remember the
Okay.
research paper that Nimmer passed you. This is the safest way.
So then I take it
I
Rick
didn't
is
read
gonna
that.
follow Nimra, and the rest of you are going to the Spire. Fire by
I'm
fire.
trying to think. I feel like
Okay.
because protecting Nimra is my job,
Right.
but there is an archdevil who is going to be with them,
Yeah.
who I know has already agreed to protect them. And Seal trusts Pastor. So yeah, especially if Rick is going, she's like, I'm not needed.
Especially
Okay.
if Rick is going.
Yeah, Sheila was in
She's
the
like, that's-
helicopter.
Right
carriage.
off his leash.
She's been there. She doesn't need that.
Rick is the helicopter parent, not Seal. Seal is
Yeah.
the
Yes.
co-parent. That's
Oh,
like,
I mean, Seal's a
Home by
baby
11.
still, so
Hands down. The issue being that Rick is like, I know this guy. I was in prison with this guy.
I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just
Listen,
want
I
to
just-
shoot him. I just want to talk to him.
Nah, I'm not gonna shoot him. Not yet.
he's gonna stay in the background.
We'll see.
No, he's gonna sit outside.
Yeah, that's the thing. Also, I want to know: are you trying to avoid being seen by Haster,
No.
or like? Okay, so you're, and then okay.
Yeah,
besides
that's
that, are you? But so you're not trying to stay out of his sight, but are you hanging back, or are you like at Nimra's side?
No, I'm not. No. Listen,
That's what I just
the
want to know
only
his
thing-
relative position and stuff
yeah.
like that.
The only thing worse than having to watch this would also be having to hear this.
So you don't want to be within earshot. You just want to be within eyesight.
Well, and the worst part is, if they're speaking in common, Rick's going to be able to read the entire conversation, assuming he can see. So, which is already going to be bad enough. I don't need to hear their voices as well.
Okay.
It's
So
fine.
yes,
Nimmer's
just somewhere
probably not
within
gonna
eye
speak in
shot.
common.
Okay. And
Don't
So
worry.
that's fair. That's
okay,
fair. Yeah.
got it.
Nimmer's
All right.
gonna flex their infernal.
Oh no, don't.
Now's the
okay.
time.
Okay.
Okay. So, you divert
Bad idea.
Rick a bit behind Nimra on the way to the Lamor. The rest of you to the Spire by Fire. Those of you pile in, and Nimra, you arrive. Rick, you're just a bit behind. And you'll feel kind of the same the same way it's always given you the tell. The Discord server book is kind of warming up in your satchel, so you're getting a message, and you'll all see one from Haster, kind of stating, "You didn't tell me where to meet you, so I'm back at the same place I dropped you off. I'll be waiting there."
And he can teleport. It's fine. I thought Nimmer did write in, but I guess
Did
not.
you? Is
thought
it me who
it
forgot?
was
It might be me
yes.
who forgot.
No,
No.
it was definitely like I wrote it in the book. Everybody knows where Nimra's gonna be.
Yeah. 'Cause,
Okay,
that's the whole
okay.
reason the party knew.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah. I didn't remember if you mentioned the restaurant specifically. Okay, then in that case, it's more along the lines of, meet me you'll notice just outside, an alleyway, maybe 20, 30 feet from the door. Meet me there. We'll walk in together.
Nimmer will not respond. Will close the book and walk over.
Okay. Upon your arrival, not hard to find, you do see kind of the little alley he described. Make your way just beyond the entryway to the more, and sort of step in, and maybe a minute or two after you get there. And Rick, you'll see this also, again, from a bit back. I imagine maybe like out on the street itself, but you're still in eyesight of the actual place Nimmer walked into. The same kind of sort of fiery line in the air forms and then splits into a circle that opens, and you can see through it. The familiar architectural design of the palace he spoke to you in, but it's a different place. It's a room you don't recognize. And he steps out, and he is kind of in transformation as he steps out. He comes out in kind of a more natural state. He's close, he's over 8 feet tall, and his wings are tucked in at the back. But, as he comes in, you can kind of hear him well, okay, I'm not going this dramatic, but just let me get more comfortable, more inconspicuous. And you see his hands kind of move, and the little arcane magic emanates from them, and a shimmer comes over him, and his wings start to recede, and he starts to shrink down to a comfortable, 6'3", a little closer to 6'8" with the horns. And he's dressed a bit differently today, and I can show you guys what he looks like, as well as everyone else. I'll put this in the Discord for you, and I'll put it up on the screen for everyone else. He is dressed in, how to describe it? Also, where did I put it? Where'd you go? You little fruit. There he is. Okay. He is dressed in these, in a different set of robes, but similarly designed as the ones he wore before. But these are, they have no sleeves, and the V on the robe comes down to beneath his pecs. It comes all the way down here, and it splits at the legs, and it's this golden color with these kind of reflective black sort of accents to it, with this purple sash over top which sits a black belt. His hands have several rings, and he's got bracelets and an armband on, all golden color, and he has 2 weapons at his side, one of which both of which will vanish as he comes into his tiefling disguise, so to speak, and shrinks down in size a bit as he steps into view, and he kind of shifts about. It's not used to not having the wings. It's a little uncomfortable, but you get used to it. Don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves. Now, and he kind of holds out a hand. Shall we?
And Nimra will gladly take the hand and tries to recall some of the romance novels that they might have stumbled across previously as some sort of guidance or divination towards how to proceed with their plans, and brings up his hand to kiss the ring, or if he is wearing any rings.
Yeah, he's got a couple on. And kind of he lets you do it, and when you take his hand, he thought you were just gonna take it, and then when you go to do that, and he just kind of he's watching you pretty intently. He's got an eyebrow raised, and
the books say this is where I tell you that you look lovely. You look lovely tonight.
You've been studying. That's good. Important to know your place. So. Let's go. And he will kind of take he'll take hold of your hand and sort of start leading you in. Rick, what are you doing?
Part of me wants to say covering my eyes, but that's not right. I pictured this place, because you described it sort of as a French bistro. I pictured this place as having like a window, but that's probably not right because it's built.
No, so it's similar to the other buildings that kind of stick out of it a bit. There is a kind of front window that has kind of the name of the restaurant over in an arc on the glass, and you can see kind of a front sort of space where there's a couple people in there seated already, and that's kind of where the light from within the restaurant kind of pours out into the street. You can't see too far in, but there is a good big old front window on it. Yeah.
Okay. The sole objective is to ensure that he can still see Nimra. Forget about Hastor. I don't necessarily need to see him. I just need to make sure I have eyes on the Archivist.
Got it. So then I'll just say, for the purpose of your observation of that, give me a perception check.
Okay. Confirm that. 25.
Okay. So you find a comfortable place to sort of get a good view inside, and watch them as they enter, just so you can catch sight of where they take a seat and see if you're able to see from outside.
Mm-hmm.
As you're led up and in, you see the same person who took your reservation before kind of out from behind the counter and just, hello, oh, that's right. And he kind of takes, he snaps his fingers and whistles a bit, and you'll see a server kind of dressed in a similar outfit to his, effectively tails, kind of come up, take two menus, and sort of he just kind of gestures with his hands a couple times, and then just kind of turns, give you a little bow, steps off, and this server, a younger human man, looks to be maybe mid to late 20s, kind of just gives you a little bow and just, if you'll step with me, I've got a table for you ready. And he has to, for his part, kind of just he's looking around at the place as y'all step in, and then once addressed, he lead the way. And he will also just kind of still holding onto your hand, will now kind of pull you with him towards where you're led to take a seat. And Rick, you can see them from where you are outside. You have to get a little closer to the restaurant maybe than you'd like, right. But you do. Well, it's not conspicuous how close you are to it or anything.
Let me ask you this, because I need to make sure. Because the temptation is for Rick to just now that he knows where they're sitting, right? I'm trying to picture this happening in our world, in which case Rick would probably just walk in and take a seat at the bar. No, it is okay, I'm just going to sit at the bar. Because that's what you do. Is there a bar?
This place does not have a bar.
What kind of restaurant is this? Okay.
Would you ever expect Nimra to go to a place with a bar?
Yes,
willingly?
Absolutely. I don't trust Rick doesn't trust any place that does not have a bar. This night just got worse.
If you do try to head in, they will like somebody will come to like attend you and ask if you want like a table or anything. There isn't like really free seating. If you want in, you'll need someone to serve you and give you a table.
That seems ridiculous.
I know you want to.
How long is the wait for one?
Oh, for one, should be maybe like 10-15.
That is not bad. I expected longer. Okay then.
We're not super busy tonight. Not a weekend, so.
Of course, yeah.
Is it a weekend? I said that without checking. Is it? It's not. It's not a weekend.
I like the idea that this host just always assumes it's not a weekend.
Yeah, he doesn't bother checking.
He doesn't work the weekends. He doesn't like how much he has to work, so he's like, I do not work the weekends.
So you'll take it? You'll just wait till they call you in? Okay, got it. Sure. So yeah, you'll wait outside for that time until they call you in. And then Haster will the server will point out your seats, set down the menus, and Haster will make a point to just kind of like with a wave of his hand push your seat out for you, and then take a seat himself. And I love your frustration with all this.
He's a goddamn gentleman. I wanted him to just be an ass, but no, he's got to be chivalrous.
And when you take your seat, he will also just pull it in for you to a comfortable degree and take a seat himself. And before the server gets a chance to ask, he kind of looks up. 2 bottles, or a bottle, 2 glasses of your finest rosé, please, in a chilled, ideally. And he just kind of like the waiter said, of course, right away. I'll be right back to take your orders then. And he goes off.
Do you want to know what's funny? Nimra, if Haster gets there first, Nimra was also motioning to get up and open the seat for him.
Yeah, he was definitely leading you, like intentionally being in front, since you were being guided to a seat, and he kind of like, he kind of doesn't give you the chance. Like he like steps in front of his seat, moves your chair, like if you didn't know any better, it would almost feel like he noticed you trying and is trying to stop you. But you can't say for sure. But it kind of gives that vibe because he kind of like. You get there, he's a little ahead of you, but then he's like, in front of his seat. Your seat's pushed out. You might as well sit in. He's sitting down. Like just a little too quick for you to get the chance to grab it and do it. And when you're seated, he kind of just adjusts himself and sort of sits back a little bit and puts his fingertips together and just kind of like takes in the atmosphere of the place. This is a nice choice, by the way. I like the vibe. It's cozy, but it's like sufficiently eloquent. Eloquent? That is me fucking up the word. Eloquent is not the word. Elegant. Elegant is what I was thinking.
Archdevil. He can make up whatever the fuck words he wants.
Yeah, that's right. He decides how the language works. But sufficiently elegant. It's nice.
Good. I'd hoped that I'd been able to pin down your tastes. I'd hoped it'd be sufficient.
A good guess. It's been some time since I've sampled mortal finery, but last I remember, I am fond of this kind of cuisine. The kind that I assume this place to be, from what I can tell. It's nice. And it's
we'll
a good...
find out together, it seems.
Yes.
I'm unfamiliar with the menu.
Oh, well, by all means. Look it over. Order what you want. Sample everything. Have a good time. I imagine there's a lot of questions we have to get through, so might as well be enjoying the food while we are?
Before I start asking any more questions, would you permit me to... Oh, I guess I should say as well, provided that I'm allowed to write in my tone, I want to put a boundary that might make you more comfortable and more amenable. I will not ask any questions or write down any questions that pertain to the 7th layer, unless you're fine with giving me cultural information that might occur if you're proud of it, but nothing that might be used against you, I won't write. I will ask questions about the other layers that you're familiar with.
Well, I would hope you wouldn't write anything that could be used against me. I was hoping we were friends, but sure. Maybe at some point you can toss me a couple of questions and I'll consider answering them. No harm in it. I can always say no.
Of
Now,
course.
Before we begin, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
By all means.
Did you ask him to come, or did he tag along on his own?
And Nimra is going to look incredibly confused.
Did they not even notice that he was following them?
Are you asking if
Fair.
Nimra
That's
noticed?
fair. That's true. That's fair.
With the passive perception of 11.
That's fair. He kind of like takes the expression as sufficient response, and he just kind of nods. All right.
Are we
Not a
being
problem.
followed?
No, I think you're being watched over. I imagine some don't trust me like you do. So, suffice to say, I think I can guess who else would be willing to kiss the ring and who wouldn't. So,
Well,
but
let's not let that put a damper on our night. First and
no.
foremost,
please, first and foremost, you need to order something, and I need to order something, and we need to get the wine, and, you know, give it a moment. Let the atmosphere set in. I know you're eager, but, you know, stamina's important, so want to hold on. And he kind of like takes the menu and starts to kind of look it over, and he just actually better, and he will kind of gesture and levitate your menu away from you and over to himself, and he's just, I'll order for both of us. I'm sure you'll like it. And in that, the waiter comes back. It's a little tiny bucket of ice with a bottle of rosé in it. Would you like me to serve you? And he just, please, by all means, serve them first. And he kind of starts looking through. Takes it and pops the cork and starts serving the glass. And he just, thank you. Now, give me just a moment. I'll put our orders in. We can get started. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Great.
Oh,
Yikes.
I love this. I love him.
I need some time. You all have fun and Snickers. I gotta go. We're professionals. Definitely. Professional pot.
It's true. We're good. We're good at this. We're so good at this. You know, I'm even gonna say welcome back. Welcome back. See, I did it. We're back. Okay. All right. As we were, Nimra's just been seated, about to place an order for food, with Hastert the Lemore, Rick waiting outside to get a table as well, while the rest of you are in the Spire by Fire, doing what?
I would like to check on Huxley and Huxley's mental state.
I think he's chilled out a little bit after his conversation with Rick. Still obviously like borderline manic, as Huxley is when he does not know how to handle something. And definitely like kind of muttering under his breath, like, how do you approach somebody without seeming creepy? Because you've never had to do this before. And like, what if she just runs away? What if she screams?
Huxley, I'm gonna stop you right there.
Hmm?
I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it will be fine. But are you good? Are you okay? I know that was kind of a lot.
I mean, in general, I'm not really okay. Relative to that norm, maybe a little less than, or little less okay than normal. But I mean, I'm freaked out, but I'm excited, but also freaked out, and
That feels like a pretty normal reaction to finding out that your wife had like a secret sister this whole time.
Oh, it's a sister? The way you were acting, I thought we found your wife. I was like, mission accomplished. I thought we were done. Oh, that kind of sucks. Never mind.
well, I mean, the thought crossed my mind. I'm like, what if it is her? But, you know, I mean, if this Laurel's been here, and then, well, you know, Aggie was with me, it's not her. It can't be. But
Do you think she knows?
About me?
Either of them. About each other, you?
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, when I met Aggie, she had just moved to Hupperduke not that long ago, and she said she was, trying to separate herself from an uncomfortable family situation, and we talked about it a couple of times, not in any detail, just that she didn't really, she didn't get along, or she just wasn't comfortable, and it wasn't, I'm her husband, but if she didn't want to talk about it, I'm not going to force her. So, I just assumed that we'd made our own family, and...
Yeah. Sometimes that's what you have to do.
And Rick said it's fine to, approach this like... I don't know, like, just another part of our investigation, but... There's still that curiosity.
He's probably right.
Are you going to lead this? Are you, like, what if she's here right now? Nico said we probably shouldn't ambush her, so that's probably what we shouldn't do. Yeah. But what do we do?
Who's the least threatening person here?
I mean...
You. Personally.
Well, I mean, but I'm still, I'm still a man. That could be, not all women like to be approached by a man at a bar just out of nowhere.
That's fair. I don't think she's here right now, but if you don't want to take the lead, one of us can do it.
No, I want to. I mean, I should probably talk to her. Or try. And then if she, runs off, maybe somebody else talks to her. I don't always,
Do you want any of us with you? Or do you want to go in alone first?
I mean, we have to find her first, because, she could be in there, she could be in a room. And, oh god, if she's in a room, that's even worse, because, nobody wants a stranger knocking on their door.
One step at a time, I guess. How are we supposed to find her?
Well, I guess we look. We can ask around if we need to. I don't know what the odds are of the barkeep giving away confidential information. I
can magically beguile him if we meet.
That is also an option, since you keep presenting it as one.
I was asked before. I was asked. It's I would like to be useful. I don't have to. I won't affect people's minds if it is not requested.
We even apparently have a convenient image of what she looks like.
Yeah. All right, let's just we'll take a look around first and ask a couple folks. I'm sure if there's been a pretty tiefling around here, somebody's noticed.
Okay. So what's the first step?
I guess, were we outside or inside this fire?
I assumed you went in, but if you wanted to have had that conversation outside, that's fine too. Either one.
No, either or. If we're inside, then I guess if we want to divide and conquer and start, is it? Oh yeah, it's late. It's like 7, so is it kind of busy?
At this time, yeah. There's a good amount of people at the bar, at tables and booths around the entire place. Yeah, for sure. It's not packed, but it's moving.
Okay. I'll try to get the bartender's information since he's out and about.
Yeah.
If I don't immediately clock anybody that looks like Morel.
Yeah. Well, first, give me a perception check.
jail. I think I got it. That's a 10.
So yeah, you give a cursory glance around this fire by fire first. Assess the crowd. You don't see anyone that really looks the part. There's a couple tieflings scattered about, maybe 2 or 3, but none are even the right color, let alone remotely similar in appearance. So at least here, you don't catch sight of her, as far as you can tell.
Okay, then I'll go to the bartender.
Okay, yeah. On approach, there's 2 kind of working. One's the one that you can grab the attention of is a from like what you can tell, a somewhat maybe middle-aged looking dwarf. He's got he's got like thick brown hair. He's got it up on a top knot, and he's got the big traditional kind of double braid with kind of bracelets at the end to hold it all together for his beard. And he is like the other barkeeper. They're both dressed in kind of simple commoner's clothes with a apron over top to avoid fucking up the fit with spills. And he's kind of like tending to people and serving them and sliding drinks up and down, washing out glasses. When you get the chance to kind of wave him down, he'll sort of head over with glass in hand as he's finishing drying it off. Yes, hello. Good evening. How can I help?
I am looking for someone. I was supposed to meet here. You haven't seen a young woman mid-30s. She's a tiefling, red skin, black hair.
Let me see. I've seen a couple tieflings come and go tonight. Whether you said you were supposed to meet her, like now? Have I seen her recently, or just in general?
I know for certain she was here. Was it last night or this morning?
Last night? Nico said that she went to see him yesterday morning, and that she would be staying at the Spire by Fire, so that presumes that she stayed there last night.
I know she was here last night, at least. It's just not sort of a steady, like a set date that I was supposed to meet her, just to pop by.
Well, I don't think I've seen someone like that out today. Of course, I'm not really, can't really give out, information on our guests, just a sort of security thing. But at least today, I don't recall seeing, and haven't seen anyone like that in tonight's rush. So, you're welcome to wait. But as is, I'm not sure if I can help you.
I know that giving me information about her if she were staying here would be kind of unsavory, but would it be possible to, if you know that she is here, to leave a message for her? Or have it sent to her room, perhaps?
Sure, I can see if someone. Do you have a name?
Her name is Laurel.
I'll take a look at the guest list, and if she's present, sure, I'd be happy to pass along a message.
Thank you, it's appreciated.
Give me a moment, and he'll kind of step down from something he was standing on, and now his eyes are level with the counter, and he will kind of make his way around this kind of station they have off the bar where they kind of process this sort of thing, and he'll kind of pull out a ledger and you see him kind of just flipping through it for a bit, and it takes him just a minute, and he comes back over. What do you need passed along?
Huxley's gonna take out his mundane journal that he had purchased that he hasn't really written much in yet, and just sort of like rip out the last page, and then kind of hastily write down, I would very much so like to have a conversation about the research that you are doing right now. I think we have a mutual interest in it. And he'll sign it Huxley Rose, and then P.S. He'll write, "Please, I would really like this back." And he's going to take the photo of him and his wife out of his main journal, and kind of fold up the piece of paper, but keep the photo as straight as he can underneath it, and hand it to the dwarf.
Okay. He'll take it, and you see he kind of like, he whistles real quick, and there's one of the servers, a real young human kid, like something like maybe like just 18, 19, kind of comes around and he's, yeah, here, hey, boy, take this up upstairs. And he kind of looks around and quickly finds something to scrawl a room number on it, and there, that one. Okay, and he's clearly a mess. He grabs it and rushes off upstairs. And he just goes, is there anything else?
No, that's all. Thank you. And I'm gonna leave him a tip, like a gold piece.
Thank you. Very kind. He will pocket it and go back to his business. Step back, take a moment, and you'll see just as the kid taking it rushes, steps off just out of sight. As we were, Nerisi has to kind of like flipping through the menu slowly, and he kind of stops. He's like, "Now, before I make a fool of myself, is there anything you particularly don't enjoy, so that I know to avoid it?"
Well, I've never been a fan of meat in general. Fish I can do, but I prefer not to. It feels a little bit too close to home.
Close to home? Your home's a coastal setting, or do you mean in a more literal sense?
And Nimra pulls down like the side of their like high neck collar and points out some of the vestigial gills that they have on the side of their neck.
He kind of like nods a bit. I see. Interesting. I wouldn't have noticed. Understood. We'll avoid a homecoming then. I'll pick something else. And he kind of goes back, and you'll notice that as he's kind of looking through it, he'll occasionally just kind of like glance up at you, like he's clearly trying to get a beat on you for one reason or another. And he'll eventually kind of as the waiter kind of stands holding on, he just he holds up the menu and he's like, one of these, and get me 2 of these, thank you. And he just kind of like goes off to place it in, and he once again kind of like, it's like his default, it's like his idle stance, but just putting his fingers together. He kind of sits there, and again he's back to like kind of gazing at the surroundings and taking it in. So while we wait, please shoot some questions at me.
And Nimra, it's to any onlooker, it's looking like they are about to burst apart at the seams. Like, you know when somebody's about to start info dumping on you, and you can just like see it?
Yeah.
And they have to take a deep breath to center themselves and maybe have their hand that's not holding a pencil or like a pen or a quill stop twitching. I will be polite.
Yes, and take a deep breath, maybe. I'm not going anywhere, and there's plenty more of these to come, I'm sure.
And you might see a little bit of look of a surprise on their face from that, like, oh, didn't expect to get that far kind of look. I suppose it would be polite first to, if you're comfortable, telling me a bit more about yourself, your operations, if you want to talk about work, if you had a good day or not. I've read that's how it's supposed to go.
Would that... No. Okay, so he, Oh, okay. He chuckles a little bit and just, You're fascinating, really. It's interesting. To just... I suppose I can start with work. Though, truthfully, it's hardly work for me. I love what I do. I don't love the environment I do it in, but I make it work. I've made it homey, so to speak. I suppose I should ask, though, is there something specific that interests you about what I do? You know, in general, it's quite broad. I could be talking about that for hours.
Nimra's trying so hard to be so incredibly normal about this.
Just one question at a time. Relax.
They'd listen to him speak about the mundane ins and outs of his job. That's more information on devils. Of course they want that. Nimra does end up saying, well, I can't say I'm not curious about what you do at work outside of that. I don't think any of the stories you could say would bore me. I'm sure you live a very interesting life.
Fair enough. The more interesting side of my daily life, I suppose, probably involves the politics, though. As far as what I'm actively, physically doing, it mostly involves a lot of travel and a lot of talking with people that I really don't want to be talking to, who bore me to tears, frankly, or, you know, put up a front and waste my time and that sort of thing. All the layers from top to bottom are incredibly, well, you know, we're devils. We're quite full of ourselves. And every other devil you meet is certain he's smarter than you. And smarter than his boss. And smarter than his lackeys. Smarter than the Lord of the Hells himself. And it can be quite tiring. From my position, I am responsible for management of my lair, but my duties, like any other devil, are collecting souls. It's what we do. My devils collect souls for me, and I collect souls for who is ostensibly my boss. Though you can imagine needing to work in a workplace where your boss actively hates you, doesn't trust you, doesn't talk to you or communicate with you because he doesn't trust you, can be quite irritating. Which is why, well, that's where you and your friends come in. I'm looking to remedy that situation.
This whole time that they're speaking, which, are they speaking in common? Because Nimra probably would have started replying in Infernal at some point.
If he would switch to Infernal when you do. So he's working on what you present. So,
Okay.
and I will say, like, when you first switched to Infernal, he would have been like, cute, though I suppose I can't imagine that was for me, so I won't. But yes, he will start responding in Infernal once you start speaking in it.
Nimra's kind of leaned forward, just like the perfect, like, attentive partner. Like, if you've ever been, well, on a date, and you just see the person across from you just, like, nodding and all of the correct places, just looking so, like, enamored in what you're saying. That's probably what Nimra is looking like right now. I can't imagine you have too many people to speak about these troubles with, from what it sounds like. You might not be too trusting to voice your displeasure to other devils. If you're comfortable saying them here, I would never mind listening. It might feel good to vent, if that is the correct phrasing.
No, I don't think I need to vent, though I don't mind sharing. No, devils don't really, at least personally, I don't really have such concerns. The opinions of other devils of myself don't matter to me. The only times they do are when they are relevant to, well, for instance, my working relationship with my superiors. It makes things difficult, and as such I'm concerned about it. And I've been trying to remedy the situation, but I think they're just not having it. So. But as far as sharing my troubles, well, it's kind of you to offer. It's hardly a concern. I wouldn't call them troubles so much as observations and irritations. Things would be easier if they did trust me, but then, in reality, I don't think any devil trusts any other devil. It's all a matter of to what degree you're willing to put that aside to work with one another. Unless, of course, you're a lowly devil and you're forced to work with others by your bosses. So, that's something some of us don't have a way around. Thankfully, I'm well above such inconveniences. My only bosses are other archdevils. One other archdevil, and of course, a god. But that's neither here nor there. Nobody can really tell me what to do, except for them, and they don't bother me much. Probably because I feel they don't want me prying or asking questions or getting curious about what they want from me. So it could be better, but it's not something that I'm hardly upset about it, really.
Thank you for answering my question as candidly as possible. If you'll be able to answer some more. I'd always been curious. There wasn't too much information in the tomes that I'd read and researched regarding devil culture. Mostly about the morphology, mostly in regards to combat, and I'm not quite interested in that. At least not all the time. Does each layer have their own cultural festivals do devils celebrate like that? Do you have a festival that you're particularly attached to?
Well, each layer is different, and each layer's, I suppose, cultural makeup is reliant on the archdevil who runs it. How they want to run their ship is typically how it operates. Most of us, from what I remember of my days working up the ladder, are hardly concerned with such trivialities. Plenty of devils do enjoy, well, there are 7 deadly sins, and we do partake in all of them. But in an organized manner is hardly common. Festivals, not really. They are certainly events. I remember in my early years, what first got me a bit of attention. Not to brag, but I am a devil behind the wheel of an infernal engine. And in Avernus, it's quite common for lowly devils to compete in races of these things, which is, let me tell you, intensely expensive. An infernal engine runs on soul coins. So they're giving away what is the most valuable currency to all of devil kind to power up a souped-up death machine and race across an endless burning desert for bragging rights and a chance to blow each other to smithereens. Plenty of devils have been killed that way, and as I'm sure you know, if we die at home, we die for real. It's intense, it's high stakes, and it's quite entertaining. When I remember when I moved up a bit, I missed it, but I didn't want to give up my station. So look at me getting nostalgic. I would come here to Marquette, a ways south of here, to the Hellcatch Valley, a town called Bassaras. They have, well, they're not infernal engines, but they are quite impressive vehicular automata that they race through the desert. And from time to time, I'd come up and race. Because at least if I died there, I'd just pop back home. I wasn't keen on losing my position, risking dying in another race in Avernus, so I wouldn't. I imagine there's similar entertainment on the different layers, though once I got beyond that and sort of got attention beyond the lowly devils amongst which I worked, I stopped partaking. I personally haven't been one for entertainment or pleasure for quite some time. I was focused. Becoming an archdevil is no simple feat, and it takes quite a commitment and quite a lot of ability. It took me a long time, and I only did it because I shut all that out. No distractions. Got me where I am today. Of course, I wouldn't mind going back to some distractions, but then I don't often have the time, considering how overbearing those above me can be.
Did you make your own automaton? Or was this more of a, you rent it, purchase it? I'm curious.
Oh, gosh. That was such a long time ago. From what I remember, there are several means of acquiring one of these automata. I bought my way in, and it was quite well, too. They saw some rich punk pull up with a chest full of gold, buy a car, because he wants to race. And they thought, oh, well, you know, we'll wipe the floor with him. And then there was only one vehicle at the end of the line. So it's not like they have someone watching for foul play. I didn't need it after the first couple. Then it was just a race. But I had it, and I was going to use it. But in truth, it was mostly for the thrill. I'm a sucker for a fast car. What could I say?
I've never seen one of these automaton up close. I'd always been curious. Especially knowing that they exist in Avernus.
Oh. No, so for clarity also, let me do that above table. Yeah. The automata are in Marquette.
In Marquette.
He basically, yeah, the infernal engines are literally cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he would also find the time to explain anyway. It's quite different, and they're a good deal slower, mostly because the automata used in races here are not really cars. They have wheels, but they're mostly powered by quite massive legs, really. Infernal engines are on multiple wheels and, covered in tacky spikes and scary-looking decorations, befitting a devil of Avernus. Their taste isn't very broad, but...
No, I imagine you'd want something more sleek, elegant. Am I correct?
Is that how I read? That I like a sleek, elegant machine? Perhaps. Maybe when you and your friends finally get around, I'll let you take my car for a race.
And I didn't even have to ask.
No
Though
promises.
I would have preferred to be a passenger if you were driving. I feel like that would be an interesting experience.
Now, I want you to... If that's a genuine statement, I want you to make a persuasion check. If not, make a deception check. I'm just curious.
This is gonna... Okay. Again, +1 to persuasion. And also would have been a +1 to deception. But Nimra is actually interested in basically everything that he's saying because, oh, fuck yeah. A devil racing a car designed for devils in hell with me? They don't want to have other humanoids show them. Okay, that's not terrible. That's a 15.
Okay. He kind of smiles a bit and just, I'll think about it. Like I said, those races they're death races, really. But that's what kept me from racing for so long, but it's not like I can't just vaporize anyone who tries, so why not? We'll give it a go. Whenever you all get down there, or you're ready for me to take you, if you happen to find yourselves in need of a car for a race, you can call me. Speaking of, and he's going to go into like this kind of reading their interest in it. He's going to go into like this kind of elaborate explanation about how these races are actually organized and where they start and like the way they're different and how they're organized into tournaments and circuits. And it's this whole like racket that devils use to kind of get up in rank above each other by betting, where essentially instead of going and doing the work and getting souls, they'll like bet their boss that they could beat him in a race and go for it, kind of thing. And he'll go through this whole explanation of it, just to give us a moment to check in with everyone else. But first, before I do cut away, I do want to check in. Rick, at this point, they've come to you. They've given you a table, suitably sized for one person. And you've got a clear enough view of the two of them. You're, I figure based on how you described it, that you would have wanted to be a bit further from them. So you're kind of positioned across, like basically on the opposite side of the restaurant, but they're still within view.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So you're just kind of positioned there, good to go. What are you doing?
You described it as a bakery. Do they have like a cheese and bread plate?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they got a whole
Great.
charcuterie board.
Spectacular. Beer and bread.
Perfect. Okay. And you're just what? Just keeping an eye on them?
Yeah. Just.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean.
Gotcha. Just making sure. Just want to check in. Okay. Got it.
I appreciate that, Ruby.
I gotta check if you're gonna get up and start breaking things. You know, I gotta check in on Rick's break meter every once in a while. You know.
No. This seems like a nice place, and they have a charcuterie board, so I'd like to be invited back.
That's right. Can't complain. Okay, good. Got it. But yes. Meanwhile, a lot of you downstairs. Now, remind me, Huxley, you said you signed it with your name, right? And then put the picture in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess I'll point out as well, since I don't think it has been said on camera, but Huxley does look different from his wedding photo, because when they got married, he did not have blue hair, nor did he have blue eyes. He was a kind of normal-looking fire genasi with the standard just fire hair. And his hair is probably shorter, but it's still kind of the same kind of geeky vibe.
Okay. Got it.
Just vaguely different.
Okay. Okay. As you're all seated, waiting in conversation, you might have ordered a drink or some food or something. It takes maybe like half an hour passes. But Huxley, you hear in your head, I don't know who you are or who these people in this picture are. Tell me what you want, and please don't waste my time.
I think that I might be your brother-in-law. The woman in the picture is my wife. She's rude as born, like you, I presume, and she's been missing for quite some time. I'm looking for her.
Come upstairs. Floor 3 and 314. Quietly. And make sure you aren't followed.
When she says that, Huxley's gonna take a look around. Are there any shady people in the bar that look like they've been watching?
Make a perception check.
Him and his buddies. Oh, you can stay. Go back. I got this. That's a 22.
Okay. So you kind of take a look around and try to see if anyone stands out to you at all. You don't see anyone like watching you or seemingly like interested in your group. As you kind of look around and scan, you do get a couple people who kind of glance up at you, like almost like meeting your gaze for a minute, but that mostly seems like just kind of like timing, like they kind of noticed you looking and looked sort of deal. But nobody seems to be watching you, at least.
Okay. I'm assuming that he's kind of sitting with everybody.
I figure.
I'm gonna go talk to her. She doesn't seem very happy, but
So she is here? She contacted you?
Yeah, I think it was a sending message. It could have just been a normal message, but...
Do you want us to go with you?
No, I think that could scare her, but if you could make sure that nobody comes up after me. I don't know if she is being followed, but she seems to think she is.
Yeah, you got it. Do what you have to do. We'll be here.
Alright. Here I go. He's gonna kind of like dismiss himself just as normal as possible. kind of keep his... Oh no, he has no peripheral vision. What's that? Keep a general eye out for things, and then just sort of head to the stairs up to the 3rd floor.
If you need us, call.
You'll probably hear me.
Now, the rest of you, if you are doing as Huxley requested, keeping an eye out, give me a perception check, please.
That's a 14.
That's a 9.
Okay. So you both watch as Huxley heads up the stairs, and you kind of scan, keep an eye out, both on the staircase, on around it, see if anybody seems to make a move or follow. You don't see anybody. Nobody seems to either react or go up immediately after him. Hux, you head up. Head to the room number you were given. What do you do?
Yeah, he'll hesitate for just a minute, think about calling out. He'll do one last look around, and then knock on the door.
You'll hear in your head. Mr. Rose, yes?
Yeah.
Now, question. Did you say that in your head or aloud?
Yeah. He'll respond with how she is communicating with him.
So when you do that, you hear, hello? Can I get the sense you cannot respond mentally? Sorry, this is out loud. I didn't warn you. I'm not using magic. That's the first time we're sending. This was not. You can't respond. Is it you?
Yeah, it's me. Sorry.
Okay, quiet down.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm going to unlock the door. Step in and lock it behind you. And you'll hear it click.
Yeah. He will open the door and then just kind of quickly slip in, and then he'll lock it behind him.
So when you do open it, it's pretty dark in here. Curtains are drawn closed, but it's nighttime anyway. But let me see. The curtains are drawn closed. It's pretty dark there, and you kind of when you get in, you kind of immediately kind of get the scent of, like, you know, when you first snuff out a candle that it just went out. You kind of get that scent, and you just notice kind of faintly on a desk near where the bed is, that there's just a little trail of smoke, like someone just put out a candle. And actually, I'm gonna need you to give me a dexterity save, please. Or
I'm in danger.
Correction, that's not appropriate. Give me either an athletics or acrobatics check.
I'm in danger. Neither are great. We'll do acrobatics. That could be worse. That's a 15 acrobatics.
You lock the door, you turn around, you catch the sight of the little trail of smoke, the scent. And before you kind of remove your eyes from it, before you get your senses back to full, you immediately are in a headlock. And there is a blade at your throat. Now, we're going to do this simple, and we'll be fine. Who is the woman in the picture? And who the fuck are you?
I was not prepared for this. Look, I I told you, the woman in the picture is my wife. We've been married for 9 years. It's been a while. Her name is Agatha. Her surname is Rose, but it was Veticia before.
You can immediately feel like the whole, like, she reacted to that.
My name is Huxley. We own.
Take it down.
Sorry, I'm just nervous. We used to run a business together in Upper Duke. We met a while ago. Like, it's probably been 15, 16 years now that we've known each other.
All right. Okay. Why were you looking for me? And how did you find me?
I'm going to answer your question with a quick question. How much do you know about what's been going on with the Apotheon and anything with Ruidium, with what happened on Corel?
I am vaguely aware. I only returned to Marquette recently, but I've heard conversations about all that business. Why is that relevant?
Yeah, it's a long story. The short of it is, I've been looking for my wife. I've been dragged into this whole long adventure that I have no business being on, because I am just some geek that, wants to tinker with stuff for a living. But I don't do good living alone. And I got dragged into dealing with that and Ruidus, and I've only recently learned that, maybe something is happening to Ruidus-born people, so we broke into the library here to get more information, and your name was in a book, but we tracked down Nico because he was still in town, and we talked to him earlier today, and
Scheiße.
Nico. He means really well. He was very concerned for your well-being, and he described you and said that maybe we could talk to you because you thought you were in some sort of danger, but he wasn't too sure about the whole thing because he just wants to be a normal guy and live his own life, I guess. And that's what I want to do. I can sympathize with the guy.
I knew it was a mistake to go see him. All right, I'm going to let you go.
Mm-hmm.
Do not make any sudden moves. And you will hear the headlock release, and you will feel her shove you forward. And if you turn around, there will be a blade kind of like pointed right at you, and a woman dressed in dark leathers, like very clandestine rogue look. And it's Agatha with different color eyes. It looks exactly like her.
He's like looking at her, just like stiff as a board because he doesn't want her to stab him, but then just starts to sob, like standing in front of her, just like these big, quiet, just tears that probably like kind of dissolve, like steam a little bit when they're going down his cheeks from just like how hot and flustered and like nervous he is right now.
All right. Okay. All right. People don't normally start crying at the blade. I don't.
No,
What
I look just like her, and I know you're not her, and it's unfair of me to just I'm sorry. There's I have an inhaler. I swear it's not like a weapon or anything.
That's fine.
Just need a second.
Go ahead.
Oh my god.
If it was a weapon, I would kill you anyway, so it's fine.
He just like goes off to the side, but kind of like turns away and like doubles over to like kind of try to catch his breath, and then takes a couple puffs of the inhaler. This is why I don't talk to people. This isn't my job. Look, obviously you don't know about my wife. My wife never mentioned you, but I mean, you look just. You could be sisters, you could be twins. I don't know how old you are, but she never talked about her family because she said it was complicated, and I have a complicated family and I don't like to talk about it either, so I thought that was fair enough. But I'm doing research about what happened to her, and it involves Ruidus, and it likely involves you as well. And I'm happy to share whatever information I have with you if you're willing to help us out as well. I'm trying to stop it.
Make a persuasion check. Make it with advantage, actually.
Oh, that was weird. That's a 22.
You see she keeps the blade up. I don't recognize this woman, but I recognize myself in a mirror. And that name, I have not held that name for many years. If I have a sister, it would be news to me as much as to you. And you see, she clearly struggles in her mind whether or not to continue before. My name is Amoret Veticia, my birth name. And I have not gone by that name in a long time. But truth be told, I don't remember much about my childhood. I wasn't raised by my birth family, and I only even know my birth name sort of by good luck. This Ruidus-born business has been following me since I was a child. And I have been trying to get away from it for so long. And it never worked, so I gave up. And I leaned in. And now I'm trying to shake it off by force. I'm sorry about what happened to her. I can imagine if she's been missing for some time, that you would have wanted answers, but I can't give you any. But tell me, was she kidnapped? That you know?
She was, like I said, about 4 years ago.
4 years ago? This has been happening longer than I realized.
The abductions, you mean?
Yes. And I take it that is what you're looking into. To find a way to get her back and all this business.
Well, not just her. I'm traveling with a small group. All of us either have someone who has been taken or could be taken, and we want to put a stop to it as much as you do.
This is quite widespread. When I was younger, I suppose this makes a bit of sense. I was taken from my home when I was little more than an infant. Good to know that the family got to keep one of us, apparently, if I have a sister. That's a bit cathartic. cathartic, if not a bit annoying, that I was the unlucky one. But I suppose it came back to get her eventually. I was taken in by what I eventually understood to be a cult. They worship the Lord of the Hells and collect children like me, and apparently my sister that I have, and groom us for willing acceptance by devils. I am here after I got away from that when I was younger, about 16, and changed my name, ran to Marquette, and have been on the run since. I blended in for a bit in this study you mentioned, which was probably the stupidest thing I could have done. But I was trying to get answers, and now I feel a tail again. As is, I'm trying to figure out what these devils want with us, what their connection is to the moon, all this business. And I'm no closer to answers, but maybe we can figure that out together. But you're with a group, and groups are a bit conspicuous. I don't know.
But there's also strength in numbers. I mean, I might not look like much, but I travel with some of the most amazing people I've ever met. I mean, we were contracted to help with just crazy things. I mean, we fought a demigod. That's something, right? I would like to keep you safe, and I would like to help you, and I think the information you have, and maybe what I have as well, it would be beneficial to stopping all of this. And I mean, if I am your your brother-in-law, whether or not you know it or not, I mean, there's some familiar obligation there. I assume Agatha doesn't know anything about you either.
I have no idea. If she knew I existed, she never tried to find me. Or maybe she did and she was unsuccessful. I don't know. I didn't know she existed. I imagine that part of my life was beaten out of me or erased from my memory. I don't know the kind of magic they had access to. I was a child. I didn't know she existed. The only reason I knew I had parents is because everyone has parents. I made the connection. But you could tell me I have 6 more brothers and sisters and I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about my parents. I only found my surname by accident and I never bothered looking into it because I didn't want to know. I wanted to try to find them someday, but it isn't my priority. Especially if the same cult is still skulking about, I don't know if they are. And I didn't want to risk bringing that down on what family I might have that got lucky enough to get away from this. Or avoid it. So it seems it has come back for Agatha in the end.
The tale that you said, is it just something that you kind of instinctually feel, or have you seen someone?
I think I've seen someone. A couple people. Which is why I'm holed up in here. I was planning to go tonight. To sneak into to break into the Ascension's Rise. It's one of the universities in the city. They might have answers I'm looking for, they might not, but they wouldn't let me in to check. So, I was going to go myself. Here. We can do this. If you want to help, sincerely, get your friends together and follow me. I'll go ahead of you. Keep an eye out for a tail to help me get there in one piece. I don't know what to expect. I don't know who's following, if anyone is following. I was prepared to do this alone. And I still think it's better to keep the actual number of people trying to do something like break into an established and well-protected university. I'd like to keep those numbers low. But I have felt this proximity growing closer constantly, and I feel like my time is running out to avoid it. So,
And I am happy to help you. We are enthusiastic in our. We are very competent. Yeah.
that's good to know.
Just let me. He's gonna open up his tome, and write to Mal, since I think Mal is the only one in the party that is technically connected to his tome with Aggie.
Yeah.
And write to them. She wants to do a heist, but someone she wants to do a heist BRB. Hanging out with my sister-in-law? No.
Excuse me?
I'll be back by midnight. No. He'll write. She wants to do a heist. But she's worried that she's being followed. She wants us to deal with the tail. If you guys are cool with that.
Yeah, I mean, can I ask what she's heisting? And who her tail is? Of course we'll help, but some details would be helpful.
He writes BRB. Do you have any, I mean, who should we be keeping an eye out for?
I don't know. I've seen they look like normal people. I might just be paranoid, but I feel like there's a couple of people. I've seen maybe 2 that seem, I don't know. I get the sense I keep seeing familiar faces or familiar silhouettes in places I go, and I get the feeling that there's 1 or 2 people following me. I don't know if they're working together or what they want or who they are, but they look like people. Watch out for people. I don't know. I really don't. I may have the gear, but I don't do this all the time, okay? This is sort of a new thing.
I understand. All right. Huxley writes to Mal. Could be anyone. But she's looking for information, just like we are. She just might not necessarily trust us at the moment.
Okay. Are you okay?
He doesn't respond.
All right.
There's like a
question.
Whatever the mental, since he's writing in the book and not necessarily talking to you, whatever like the translation of like starting to write something on the page and there's like off is the response.
Right, got it. We can station ourselves by the stairs if she thinks that will be enough, or we can keep an eye out outside.
All right. I think my friends are down to deal with any potential tail that could pop up. You just
I do relay this to everyone else.
The others, okay, got it. All right. Go back, meet with your friends, meet me outside the spire in It's still early, but it's coming. Good. Meet me outside the spire in an hour. Oh, go, get out.
Yeah, I'm just okay.
Here.
Can I have my?
Yeah, before you
thank
lose
you.
it.
Kind of presses out the creases and puts it back in the front of his book.
Head out. She'll lock the door behind you. And it's all fun, really, in the end. It's entertaining. It's been a while, like I said, so it might be different now, but useful information if and when you get there.
Absolutely fascinating.
He's a car guy. He's really into cars. He could have gone on about that for hours.
You can't do this to me, Ruby. You can't do
What'd
this
I do?
to me. My fiance's a car girl.
Listen. Sometimes
You can't do this to me.
sometimes it just happens. All right. Yeah, sorry, I didn't plan it. It's meant to be.
Oh, mm-hmm. Totally. And the note was written in specifically Huxley's notebook, right? So it wouldn't have been in the one that the Discord server essentially that they all shared.
Yeah. He sent that specifically to Mal. Yeah, that was isolated.
Have they gotten their food yet?
Yes. So at some point during his diatribe, you would have been served. Let me find it. I had it and I lost it. You would have been served two. There's two drinks. They look like sodas essentially. They're like this kind of like brown honey colored sort of fizzy drink in little glasses. And you are given the two dishes. They both come in little bowls, and one is it's a soup, clearly made from different kinds of pounded vegetables and fruit, and the other is, it looks like almost like visually what kind of looks like a bowl of almost deep, like really thick deep fried noodles. They're kind of shaped like they look like a bunch of noodles that then got frozen in place because they're fried. And then he's got a plate of the same kind of little fried noodle things. And he kind of points out, this is just, I figured this was a good sort of, a lot of the stuff on the menu is sort of seafood based and meat and stuff. So that is purely vegetables and fruit in soup, totally to your taste. And this is just something I enjoy. These are, if I recall correctly, snake lox noodles. They're made from sea anemone tendrils, and they're fried in honey, and it's quite good. They're a good sort of sweet follow-up to the soup, I think. Yeah, they're deep fried sea anemone tendrils in like honey batter. So they're like, which follows the soup, which is a cold soup of fruit and vegetables called gazpacho. He like as he will go through like the whole bowl by the time he's done too. Like once he gets into cars and shit, he's just a dude. He's like, and then they like, he's like stuffing them into his mouth while he's going. And then they do this, and they're built like this, and they move like that, and just, whoop. And then, sort of as he's like winding down, he kind of returns back to his normal self by the time he's on the tail end of the whole speech about it. Forgive me, I got a bit lost in that.
Nimmer's probably asking questions like, "Oh, but how does this compare to this?" When he's like, "Oh,
he's all over it. He down to the minutia. He is all over all of that. he genuinely loves the engagement with the subject. Like he loves talking about it.
And they try the food, and obviously it's probably something that they like. Because I, the player, think that sounds fucking delicious. So
Good. That works. Close enough.
This food, Pastor, this food is lovely. I'm surprised you got it pinned. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You seem to know quite a bit about me.
I like to do my research before I engage with anyone I intend to sign a contract with. And in your case, I've got 2, so I had to be thorough. Like I said originally, I'm capable of showing all of you how much I know about you. I did my due diligence, and it's an occupational hazard to be uninformed. So.
Of course, I wouldn't expect anything else.
Well, I'm glad I'm to your taste.
It's been lovely tonight. I've never done this sort of thing.
Really? You seem a natural at it.
I'm glad that my research paid off, and you took kindly to it, but I rarely even went out with the other archivists. At conferences, I often stayed by myself, making my own food, not going out. Frankly, this might even be my first time at a restaurant like this.
And yet, this was your means of approaching me like this. If it's a discomfort thing, we could have easily just made this a more, I suppose, formal thing. We could just sit in my meeting room and have these conversations. If you don't like the public setting.
And Emerald looks consideringly, like they take a second to think about that and like digest that. Maybe check in with their own feelings before they reply. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I've had quite a lot of fun.
Good. That's good to know.
Something I didn't think I would ever be interested in.
In fun?
And they look consideringly. I suppose I'd never quite went outside my research. That was the most fun and most gratifying thing that I've ever had. There was never really a need for more than that. I was perfectly happy and perfectly content, just holed away in my office. I had no need for people, no need for my family. My co-workers were enough. And yet here, something that I'd avoided for so long, because it didn't sound appealing. It's been, I guess I could call it fun as well. Never really had that before.
Good. I'm glad it's been productive. A new experience for you. Truthfully, I was quite engaged as well. Like I said, it's been quite some time since I thought of my own entertainment. Of course, I'm not averse to it. I love a good time, but I haven't really had the time for it in ages. I forgot how much I like cars, to be honest. Got a bit carried away with it. And truth be told, I do find you interesting. When you suggested this in the first place, I was curious. You know, I like to think I'm good at reading people. It's part of what I do. And I've been so curious to see if this whole singular focus on your studies is really all you're about. Suffice to say, I'm learning things. Isn't that interesting? You're teaching me as much as I'm teaching you. Hopefully, we can keep on that same track.
And Nimrod's going to look a little surprised. If you're implying what I believe you're implying,
What do you believe I'm implying?
would you be amenable to do something like, maybe not exactly like this, but similar to this, when you have the time?
Well, yes, that's why we signed the contract, isn't it? Whenever you have the time, if you have more questions, we can partake in an exchange, either somewhere comfortable or wherever you prefer. The wording was dinner, so I am required to ensure there's a meal provided each time, though that's really the only stipulation. And I will above table make a note that it's something I should have mentioned but it was kind of just, it also caught me off guard that they agreed to have dinners together as a written contract. What would have been written into it is effectively like a kind of because it's so like simple to him, and it specifies that he kind of doesn't have to answer something if he doesn't want to. He was kind of comfortable just making it the thing that like the contract ends when you see fit. Like when you're done with it, when you're good, you can like end it. But until then, like it's like on his availability, on both of your availabilities, he has to provide you dinner and talk to you. So
I thought from the wording of the contract, I remember writing down that it was a dinner. So the fact that
that might have just been me. I interpreted it as like we get one-on-one dinners when we have time.
Good.
Good. No, you're welcome, and you get him whenever you want. Enjoy it. Because like I also figured like Nimra's not going to get all of their questions out in a single meal, you know. So it's there when you want it.
No, they're gonna do the frog in the boiling water approach, where they just like continue increasing the temperature of like asking more questions when he gets more comfortable.
Oh, she's playing him. Wow, that's crazy.
They really are playing him.
Like they're playing games with him. They're gonna break his heart. That's crazy. That's messed up. He's just such a nice guy.
I'm looking for.
Okay, he's weak. Now get him. Oh no.
He's on his knees. Axe. Boom. Head gone.
Oh man, that's funny. Sorry. Yeah, so he'll he kind of just, you know, it's sort of an availability thing, but if and when you've got another spot and more questions, I'm available.
I have so many more questions. I want to learn so much more about the culture. If we would be able to, I would love to see more of the 7th layer. Time permits. I'm sure there's more to do.
Well, to do, I wouldn't look forward to fun activities or anything, but there's certainly things for you to see, at least.
Anything would be fun for me. You forget. This is my interest.
Oh, I didn't forget.
Might be.
I love the
boring
faces
or-
everybody's constantly making whenever he says stuff.
This might be
Well,
boring.
because it's loaded
or-
with subtext.
Yeah, it's fun.
See, I just imagine that Nimmer's like, huh, perfectly normal conversation. And he's like
Yeah.
flirting and she's like, or they're like writing down notes.
Nimra, social interaction achieved.
They have like a mental checkbox of like, oh, this was a good sign. This was a good indicator. This happened exactly like it did in the books.
Yeah, this is just a Sims date.
They're like scoring themselves. They're trying to win.
It is literally a Sim state.
Making
You
a
see
good
the
grade
little,
in dating,
the
something
little,
that is normal to want, impossible to achieve.
little plus relationship
Bar going
icon. Yeah, the little bar going up. Whenever they say the right thing, he gets one of those little green plus sign things above his head. Yeah, he'll kind of as it's all winding down, he makes the point to make the offer, and then just kind of sits back again and sort of just, back to his default position. Now, good to know you've had a good time. I look forward to plenty more should they come. And as usual, do keep me updated on things as they're relevant. I'll do the same for the lot of you.
Oh, if we're getting to actual work, the work of our contract at least, there are some updates. Better said, I want it to be known that it might be in our best interest to do in-person updates in case anything with your superiors might watch.
Fair enough. I'll reach
Just
out
to-
and I'll find a time and place.
We are
And-
doing some investigating already.
Good. Conclude that. Let me know, and then I'll come back. And he sort of pushes himself out, stands, and kind of offers you a hand, and waits.
Nimmer will take it.
And he will kind of like as he gets up, he you see he kind of will, like in a closed hand, he will open it, and there will be several platinum pieces in his hand, and he just kind of sets them on the table, and will kind of glance in the direction of the person who was serving you, and we'll switch back to common, and we'll just thank you for the excellent service, and we'll not wait for a response, and we'll lead you back out. And on his way out, we'll pass by Rick and thank you for the Overwatch. Before
You are very welcome.
it's much appreciated.
Rick will lift his glass. Perhaps next time you and I can share a drink.
If you'd like to take me on a date, I'll consider it.
Oh no, my friend, we do not date. We drink.
That's also fine with me. It's been quite a while. We'll see about it. And he will
Very well.
make his way out. Bar crawl with him? Yes.
Yeah,
That rocks.
absolutely.
So much stuff
Yeah.
is gonna get fucked up. Anyway.
Everybody gets a one-on-one with Haster. It's just like Avatar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The last
I want my
adventure.
life-changing adventure with Zuko.
Except it's more toxic than that.
Is
See,
he
he'll
collecting us like Pokemon?
Yes. Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
he's got little spaces on the shelf for each of you. He'll walk Nimmer out and kind of step off the steps of the actual restaurant itself, and kind of once he does, he will kind of turn back towards the alleyway where he first came from, and you see him kind of like just conjure the portal again, and turn back to you and take your hand and give the back of your hand a kiss as you did, and when he does, he just kind of like gives you a little bow. Like I said, call me when ready. And he'll just immediately start making his way back. And as he does, you see him kind of like stretch and shift back into his normal form. A machine comes over him, and he grows in size, and the wings start becoming visible again as he starts to leave.
Yeah, I mean, Rick's done. He's been probably done for a while. Several
Yeah.
tankards deep.
How expensive was the food?
The food was not that expensive. It was like not that expensive as in not as much as he put on the table.
Okay. Because I'm wondering if Nimra would have noticed Rick at the end, with Hastur speaking to him directly, if they had to go back and pay.
Rick, do you have any money?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I remember you being broke for a while. I was like, oh boy, I forgot. Yeah. What you ordered, like several tankards in the charcuterie board would run you something like 6 gold by the end of it, probably.
Oh, this place is expensive.
Yeah.
In Port Damali, that would have only been 3 silver pieces.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Shit. It's fine. Not a problem.
I see why he liked it now.
Yeah. Okay. I got to do a conversion. Rick doesn't have any platinum in his pocket. He doesn't want to be outdone by Hastur. Now, you know
Gotta show him
what?
up.
He's not that petty. But he will, pay plus a reasonable tip. He's in the service industry. He understands this is the way stuff is done. And he will wait till Hastur leaves and then sort of step out next to Nimrod. I hope you had a lovely evening. By the way, this is for you. And he will hand over the sheet of paper with the 2 names on them. Professor Yeohart and the archivist Jrusar.
Right, the ones that he collected.
Yeah, the ones he collected.
And Nimra will look at this, and look back at Rick, and look at it again, in seemingly disbelief. No,
Is there a problem, archivist?
not a problem, but Yelika was one of the senior archivists that worked with me.
Well,
She never shown interest in Ruidusborn.
well, perhaps there is a further conversation to be had. But, for the evening, may I walk you home? Or at least back to where we're laying our head.
And Nimra extends a elbow.
Rick will happily take it.
And I presume the 2 of them will walk back.
Yes.
Probably in silence.
Yeah, no, Nimra's not starting a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Rick is worried that if he opens his mouth, he's going to say something to ruin the lovely night Nimra just had.
I can't believe you like that fucking guy. Yeah, you're able to make your way back around to the Spire by Fire without issue. Probably a little while after, Hux, you would have gone down and reunited with the others. I'd say by the time Nimra was done with dinner and Nimra and Rick return, you've got maybe like 20 minutes till your expected rendezvous, the one that that she gave you. So, what's the plan?
Huxley, you are moving your mouth, but no words are coming out. Are you shocked or stunned
Sorry, it's
by
all
your
the-
experience?
It's all the kittens. Destroying my mental facilities. We just, this is fine, right? We just make friends. This is how people make friends. We earn trust by dealing with something that may or may not exist.
Okay, there's more to this, and I'm excited, but, no, you know what? I'm not going to wait. I need more context.
Right, so she tried to kill me, but before that,
Rick
I wasn't
like visibly like at that like grabs his spear. Like you can.
I'm sorry. At the beginning. I mean, she invited me to her room, and I was trying to be unthreatening because
Wait.
Mal said I'm unthreatening, or at least I'm the least threatening.
Listen, I know she looks like your wife, Huxley, but she's not your wife. You can't do those kinds of things.
No, she wasn't down here, and they hadn't seen her.
Okay.
No, I swear. I mean, she looks like her, and just for a moment, I don't know, something broke a little bit, and I wanted it so badly to be her, but it's not. She's not. She looks like her, but it doesn't feel like her. You know. It's not the same, and she's a lot scarier than Aggie is, but not everybody's the same. I think she's lived a difficult life, and she's tried to get away from it, and I'd like to help her get away from it, because nobody deserves this shit.
Okay. So?
The normal story is she seems a little paranoid, and understandably so. She thinks someone is probably, trying to drag her back to hell because she was kidnapped as a child to join some sort of odd cult that kidnaps children, and, maybe that's just that this cult is the source of all of this. And she got away and wanted absolutely nothing to do with it, and now it's coming back to bother her, and she wants answers but couldn't get answers, so we're gonna do a crime, and just she's going to take the information quietly, and maybe I will assist in that, but I am not good at anything rather quietly. But at the very least, if someone is following her, I can shoot a few bolts of force into their face.
Rick is gonna kneel down so that he's close to the level of Huxley, and he's going to go, okay, Huxley, if you're going to venture into this world, it's important you understand the phrase is commit a crime. You do not do a crime.
All right, sorry.
You sound very green, which is going to immediately give you away. Mm-hmm. It's important that the verbiage is correct.
All right, then. There is the potential here to commit a crime.
Whoa. Second rule of this war. Do not say those kinds of things out loud where people can hear you.
What do people say?
You don't talk in... This is going to be a very long training process for you, I can tell. We are going to have to start by putting together a handbook with secret code. Unfortunately, mine might be slightly outdated and, applies to a large criminal organization that we probably don't want to get tangled up with. But we'll see what we can do. For right now, is there a place we're supposed to meet this Aggie doppelganger?
Laurel, although I don't know if, I'd assume she wants to be called Laurel. I didn't act. Oh, that was rude. I should have asked.
We'll have an opportunity. Where are we supposed to meet her?
Yeah, outside. She said outside the spire, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so just outside, and about maybe 10 minutes.
Great. Enough time for a drink.
God, I hope so. This shit's stressing me out.
Come on, Mel. Come on.
Yeah, let's go. All right, fuck it. Yes.
I'm out.
A pair of rounds for the Goliath and the Tiefling.
So, Nimra, how was it?
It was fun.
Really? Okay, go on. Don't leave us hanging.
And while you two are talking, you would notice that this whole time Nimra has had their journal frantically writing down everything that they remember. Because they felt bad doing that in front of Pastor.
I was about to say, what does that imply?
Etiquette.
That they did it on purpose or that they forgot?
No, that was on purpose. Trying to be very socially conscious. Polite.
They're doing great.
They don't care about looking polite in front of everyone else. It's the most self-aware they've ever been. I'm unsure of how much I could share, but I learned a lot of interesting things about the Hells and a good amount about his interests.
And you had a good time?
It was unlike anything I've ever experienced before. It was fun. I think you could call it that.
I don't know you that well yet, but I feel like that's high praise coming from you.
I'm not sure. It's a new feeling. If only...
Well, you know, let it sit with it for a little while. You know, feel it out.
Which is hilarious.
I know, like, meeting a new person can be kind of, like, weird and scary. But you're doing great.
He was a good listener. The food was delicious.
Oh, that's important.
Though he did order for me. But he ordered well.
Okay.
And he tipped. I'm unsure of how expensive our meal was. But several platinum coins were paid.
Okay, alright. You know, these are all good things I'm hearing. I see this going places.
It seems as if he was amenable to continue with this current setup that we have. This arrangement, I
So
would call it. For a contract.
So you're gonna go out with him again?
I hope that he can show me more of the devil culture. Oh, that would be so riveting. I cannot wait to see it in person.
It's the most excitement we've ever experienced, seen in them ever.
You could
I
like,
can't wait.
for once, you can like hear an inflection in their voice.
Oh,
I think this is the most animated I've ever seen you. It must have been a pretty good date.
I have to do some more research. Initially,
Well,
back at the reserve, a lot of my coworkers had other interests outside of their research, have families. One of the other archivists really enjoyed romance novels. I never really saw the interest in them, though we'd had a book club at one point. Maybe I should revive it. It'd certainly be interesting. Got a lot of good methods out of that I was able to utilize today. Seemed like they were effective. This will really help further my research if I can master them.
oh, you know, as long as you're happy and having a good time, I'm really happy for you.
And you would notice that Nimra, like, at the end of that conversation, they started speaking to themselves more than Mal. And they're just not going to respond and continue talking to themselves.
Okay, that seems like that tracks. I will I'll leave you to it.
Oh, I love that little freak.
Okay. So, what, Huxley, do we follow you? What's like,
Yeah, let's go follow the law. Let's just outside and nothing else.
Are we supposed to go all together?
I mean, I told her that I had a group, and I tried to make us seem as exceptional as we most certainly are.
That's right. Upsell.
And she was like, "Oh yeah, you can definitely. I could use your help." So.
And then, where is this subterfuge and espionage occurring?
Let's see. It was at the other university.
The Ascension's Rise University. Yes.
The Ascension's Rise. All right.
So in the 2 days that we're here, we will have broken into both universities.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's got to be a record for us or something.
I mean, we broke into that one guy's house, the cultists. I don't know if we've broken in anybody else's houses.
We?
I was a whole weird thing. He was a cultist. I pretended to be a cultist for a bit. That was the scariest thing I think I've ever done.
You did so good, though.
Yeah, I definitely don't need to do that again. Yeah, but Huxley will kind of, I guess, lead the charge
Lead
to
it
go
through.
outside and idle
Okay.
while waiting for his wife's doppelganger.
Yeah. You when you head out, kind of gather yourselves outside. You'll hear in your head, Hux, around the corner. You can't respond to this one in your head, so don't say anything. Just meet me around the corner. I'm tucked into the attic by the spire.
He just kind of turns and heads in the
This way.
direction wait, nope, sorry, this way. My orientation's off.
So yeah, you loop around, and now all of you see, kind of tucked in, just enough for you to catch sight of her, but tucked into the shadows of this space. Pretty hard to make out considering that it's so dark as is. You see a woman who, per Huxley's description, and if any of you have seen the photo, looks near identical to the photo of Agatha. She looks more worn, almost as though like what you might imagine Agatha might look like after like 15 hours of hard labor. She's like stressed out and clearly like on the edge and anxious and all that stuff. But when you approach, make yourselves known, she dressed in those same roguish leathers with which she was dressed when she met with Huxley. I take it you're all Mr. Rose's friends. Hello. I'm Laurel, so I see you've already figured my name out by now, so that's fine. I appreciate the assistance on this whole endeavor, but unless anyone has any questions, I think it's best we do this quickly. Sooner it's done, sooner we're safe, sooner we can part ways. All for the best. As I mentioned to Huxley, I don't know who's following me. I don't know if I'm just being paranoid, but I suspect, considering that you tracked me down, that you weren't the only one looking for me. There were a couple of figures that I think I've seen tailing me. All I need is for you to follow behind and keep an eye out for anyone else that might be following. When we get to the Ascension's Rise, I'll handle that. I'm not worried about the Wardens or the City Guard. I'm worried about whoever it is that might be following me. So, that's what I need you to look out for. How you deal with it, if there is someone, not my problem. I don't care. As long as I am not captured, ideally. So, I'll go up ahead. Give me just a moment. You all do this as you deem appropriate. follow me at the distance you feel is best. And just follow behind. Sounds good?
Perfect. Awesome. We're very good at this.
I hope so.
Yeah.
All right. And she will kind of pull the hood up and duck away and start making her way down the street. What are y'all doing?
Holy shit, Huxley, you weren't kidding. She looks just like her.
Rick, how close do we follow?
About these far, and Rick will walk off with his glass still in his hand.
Right?
So we know where she's headed, but we weren't given an exact route, which is a problem because we don't know the city.
Yeah. This is true.
So we're gonna have to tail her and make sure that nobody else is doing that also.
Yes, and with 6 of us in a group, it is probably not. We are not the most inconspicuous. But priority is to keep an eye on her. 2 groups.
It's a fantastic point, Celiana. We should perhaps split up.
Not opposed to that. Rick is still walking though, because he doesn't want to lose this one.
Yeah, we're walking and talking, I assume.
That is fine.
So you're splitting up into pairs?
Probably not pairs, but probably 2 groups of 3, so that we're not one giant group of 6.
Okay.
Because that will draw too much attention. Groups of 3, smaller. So then the question becomes, who wants melancholy? Well, no, I assume Miss Sharp is staying with the archivist.
So you know what?
Staying with
I'll go with them. I'll go with them because you don't want me around. Who gets me? That's fine. I'll go on this side. It's all good. You hang out with your friends. You guys have known each other. Whatever. Like.
Oh, come on, Rick.
It's cool. Don't do that. Don't try to don't say that. It's fine. I get it. Okay. You know.
I wasn't going to defend myself. The next question was, who gets Mal? But, whatever.
Oh, come on, Rick.
Well, you are the most stealthiest of all 3 of us, or at least those of us that have traveled for a long time together.
Are you? We should try that out.
I'm pretty sneaky.
Bet I could out sneak you though.
Well,
I bet you can.
Rick points. How about you out sneak that way?
All right, let's go. So
it appears we just broke into 3 groups of 2.
Yep.
Kind of. Okay, yeah. So here's how we'll do it.
We sent the children away to sneak, and then bodyguards next to.
Oh, there were squishies.
Yeah.
Here's how we'll do it. So in pairs, you'll give me stealth checks, and then just as a whole group, you'll give me perception checks. So first, we'll start with Nimra and Seal. Give me stealth checks.
Oh. Cool. Okay. 21.
12.
Reverse. Wait.
Unexpected.
I know.
Well, I only have a +1 to stealth, so it's
Okay.
not
I have a +3.
Now Rick and Huxley.
May I pitch?
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think you and I are about to pitch the same thing, so go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna ask if I could guidance myself.
I was going to pitch a different approach, which is it's hard for a guy on fire and 8-foot tall Goliath to be inconspicuous. Can we take this more as an approach of like friends strolling down the street? Could we move it to something more mechanically speaking?
If you want to do a deception check, yeah.
I'm game for that.
Okay.
Go for it.
Huxley is not sneaky.
I should have gone for that.
Do you got more of the charisma side of things?
I have a +6 to deception at least, so.
All right, so it's a 15 deception.
It's a 19 for me.
Nice.
Okay. And now, Mal, you and Mel will roll stealth checks as well.
That is a 17.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
So
I'm just imagining them like sneaking behind like
no, that's
mailboxes
literally
and,
what
like,
you see.
occasionally looking
You
at
see
each
them
other.
bouncing from place to place, and like
And
just
in direct
occasionally,
contrast,
one of them will make a noise, the other one didn't, and the other one will go about it, and they'll bob and weave ahead of you guys. Celiana and Nim are doing roughly the same. Huxley and Rick just kind of strolling the
yeah,
street.
we're strolling
Now,
the streets.
all of you give me
Oh, perception.
perception checks.
Yep, that tracks.
That's a great big fat 5.
Hey, 5!
Yeah!
14.
Dirty 20.
22.
Okay. You follow her for a good while. You're navigating through the streets, and she's making her way to the opposite side of the spire that you're on. And you can kind of see down the road. She's clearly intent on reaching a gondola. She will at some point kind of glance back, and she'll shoot a telepathic message to Huxley saying you guys are kind of out and about. And she'll try to, as subtly as she can, I'm going to be taking the gondola. Follow me, obviously, separately, if you can. She keeps moving, but at some point, as everyone's kind of tucked into their hiding places, you reach a point. You've got this long stretch of road. There's like little lampposts laid out that are kind of the only illumination besides the moonlight. And you see she kind of stops. And you see her kind of look around for a minute. And she's frozen. She's not moving. Those of you that are not actively hiding, that are walking to the street, what are you two doing?
She's out in front of us, right?
Yeah, she
Did
is
you say she froze in the middle of the street?
She's something like 40 feet ahead of you. She's just passing under a lamppost, and she's just kind of stopped. Like she seems to have noticed something and is looking around. And is slowly, very slowly, trying to step out of the light of the lantern.
Great. Rick is not going to break stride, but just be like a little bit louder, striking up a conversation if we haven't already had one. No, this is not fair. She said she was going to be faithful, and then she went and did that shit. And I don't think this is a good. I just want to draw, like, even for a moment, just a little bit of attention, but also not breaking stride. I don't want anybody else to know that we are following her or we're part of the same group.
Okay, give me.
I want to. Oh, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, while we're kind of having this conversation, I want to try to figure out where or what she is looking at to see if I can pinpoint what's freaking her out.
Okay, perception from Huxley, deception from Rick.
Not bad.
Are Nimra and I hiding, or are we just like walking?
Yes. I mean, unless you want to take a different approach to it, I figured those of you rolling stealth checks are hiding are trying to avoid being in plain sight.
Oh. That's not what I thought we were doing, but it's fine.
I mean, we could change it. I'm not married to the idea of hiding.
I mean, I don't care. We already rolled, so it's fine.
I rolled a 22.
Okay.
17 deception.
Okay. You, Rick, so neither of you see anybody in the streets, right? You don't see anybody around. You feel you're doing a solid job of calling attention to yourself at least, and she seems to be cautiously moving out of the lantern light as best she can. Let me give you a better view of it.
No.
I used a little peeker you gave me for her, by the way, Taka.
You used
Just to have
it.
something
Aw.
there. It's not exactly another eye color, but it was short notice. I forgot to get one ahead of time. You do see, Huxley, there is something basically pinned in the ground, right? Like kind of right where she was originally basically right here, and she inched her way this way to try to get out of the lantern light. And you notice slowly kind of dissipating. You see it just before it kind of disapparates. What looks to be a spear made of solid ice. And it's in that moment that you can hear a voice kind of call out around. So, you're doing the sneaky bits. Where do you think you're off to, Moonchild? I don't think so. And you see she's freaking the fuck out. Like, you can read it on her face. She is like, she doesn't know where this thing came from. It didn't make a sound that any of you registered, but she doesn't know where to go. So she's just kind of inching towards, like, the buildings.
I would like to do something impulsive.
Okay. Now's the time to do it.
All right. If you will allow me to cast a spell, I am going to cast a spell. But Huxley's going to kind of start he's going to break away from Rick and kind of start making his way towards her. And as he does so, he starts to leave these, like, fiery footprints in his wake as his form starts to change just a little bit. And he's going to grow those kind of thick leathery wings and sprout the horns from the back of his skull and kind of take on his white fiery Balrog form from his Tasha's otherworldly guise, and then just kind of dorkily flick out his walking stick staff that he has when he finally gets a little bit closer to her. And he's gonna just kind of look up to, kind of where the voice was booming and say, "All right, you piece of shit, if you want to get her, you're gonna have to go through me."
Okay. I will just say,
I love impulsive Huxley.
you know what? Okay, so as is, I'll say that in the time she got just a smidge further back, and you'll have at least gotten into the lantern light in that movement.
Yeah.
And when you take this form, oh, we have surprises. Okay, let's just get right to it then. And you will see kind of coming out of invisibility.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, while that was happening,
Mhm.
I would have switched places with Nibra
Okay, yeah.
and put them behind me.
Perfectly reasonable.
Keep
Coming
the
out
squishies
of
back.
invisibility. Very familiar to one you've seen before, but not the same. That blue, icy insectoid face of an ice devil wearing, the last one was just full bug form. This one is dressed in a large, billowy fur coat made of fine silks and colored in deep reds and dark blacks with white accents, as well as a unique-looking spear, a long and ornate weapon with an infernal metal staff and blade, which seems to just be dripping with blood. And he kind of like swings it and sends a spray of blood out. Why don't we just get down to brass tacks? You lot are in my way, but the Baron of the Hunt does not back down. Come on, fellas! And in that, right behind Mal and Mel, a horned devil apparates. And another on the rooftops just above Celiana and Nimra. And they bare their wings, they brandish their weapons. And he points his spear forward. Straight at you, Huxley. This should be fun. I miss a challenge! And
It's about fucking time.
that's what we're gonna call it for the night!
Oh my god!
Oh, Ruby.
Ruby, this one was a fucking roller coaster.
Gosh, how could you?
What?
How could I what? I did nothing.
That is not true.
It is-
You blatantly stated you've had this written for weeks.
You did say that, yes.
Yeah, can confirm.
I simply tell the story that comes to me in my visions. I do not invent it. Okay? This is just how it is. This is all real. I'm receiving this from a different plane. I don't have any control over any of this, actually.
We should chat outside of the show about how visions work.
Listen. It's not on me, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
I think, personally, I just think it's about time you had a fight that you didn't wipe the floor with. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
What are you talking about?
You guys
I
wipe the
know.
floor with everybody you fight. Well, you guys are kind of newer. You've only really had one big fight with them. But,
Yeah.
you guys have been wiping the floor with enemies
That's
for a
not
while.
what happened at any point whenever I was playing as Terrace.
Yeah, it
Those
was.
fights were brutal.
Not
Those
really.
fights were brutal. They went down like 50 times, and I played for like a month.
Yeah.
And
That
as
is
the
true.
fire genasi with fire magic in an underwater dungeon?
Yeah! No projectile weapons for the ranged rogue, Ruby?
Why are you yelling at me?
Good
That's
news
not my
is
fault.
we're above ground, so
We're very above ground. We're up in the sky, kind of.
Ruby is benevolent enough to have given us that disadvantage back, which is
You're welcome.
great. As for the rest of it, I mean, is it too much? Sure. Is that gonna be confirmed next week? Absolutely. But at least one of us is gonna survive this to tell the tale of everybody else. And
There you go.
that's what is
That's the
most
spirit.
Totally.
That's fair.
And it won't
That's
be
the spirit.
Nimra.
Nimra is behind their protection, so should be okay. That's the idea.
Yeah, there's an enemy right behind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna go great.
Well, you don't know if they've seen you yet, so there's that.
Oh,
And be
yeah,
positive, you guys.
There
Be
is some
positive.
stealth. Oh, but we
Yeah.
don't know if they don't have, like, I don't know, tremor sense, blind sight.
Hi, everybody. We are a naturally pessimistic group.
They're so ready to
we're only
fail.
we're only 6 episodes into this whole thing. But some of us have been playing this with this Dungeon Master for a while, which is where the pessimism comes in. You'll see more of that as the shows progress.
I'd also like to make a point that a lot of us are dungeon masters ourselves.
This is fair.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is that supposed
There's-
to mean?
We're aware of what you can throw at us, as we
And how
oftentimes
much
do
you
it
will
ourselves.
enjoy it.
I did probably set the wrong precedent by being like, guys, look at this little part of this stat block I made. Isn't that fun? And you're all like, whoa! And I'm like, oh, that's intense.
I'm just always stressed because I'm playing the wrong character to be feisty.
That was fun, though. You're gonna reap the consequences of that at
Very
least.
fun.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. It's fine.
Yeah. I guess we'll see, won't we? Yay!
It's fine. Everything's fine.
In a week's time.
We're so fine.
Week's time.
We're so good. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back, and you guys will so win. And everyone's gonna watch you win, and everybody's gonna be like, wow, look at you guys being so pessimistic for no reason. Comment down below in a week if they were all pessimistic for no reason. Then come back to this episode and be like, turns out they're pessimistic for no reason. Spoil it for everybody, because that's what they get for being pessimistic.
When that proves to be wrong and we were justified in our pessimism, please make sure to put those comments in both episodes.
It's not gonna happen.
This one, like, wow, how pessimistic, and then in the other one, just a simple like, they were right to be pessimistic would just go a long way for us as player characters.
And
It means a lot. Thank you.
also put your bets on which player is going to bring a new character sheet.
Place bets. Place your bets. Who goes?
gets the
That's
most
better.
messed
Do
up?
that
goes
one.
down
How many
down
people are
below.
gonna go down?
Yeah, keep those bets in the
We
comments.
love numbers here. We love numbers here at Pen and Sword Productions.
Sure.
So yes, absolutely. Give us the odds down below. Perhaps one of us will jump in there and put our own odds in there.
Not
If I
me.
check that-
I'm not allowed to comment.
What the result is, because we will have filmed the next. You know what? Forget I said anything. Engagement. Engagement is what is important.
Engagement. Engagement.
Hang on, hang on.
Big
Engagement,
numbers.
Please. Engagement. And
There you
please,
go.
Please and thank you. Please
Yay.
and thank you.
We're so good at this, you guys. We are, I'm telling you, just a couple rounds of that, and our numbers are going to be fucking huge.
Absolutely. Professional D&D actual play.
There you go. It is
That's
extremely
just-
professional. There's a reason
We're
I
so
say
good
it.
at this, guys.
Can we say goodbye now?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, please. Yeah.
It's a
Engagement.
they like our waffle. It's fine. You better, they gotta, look, I'm gonna be real. They gotta get used to it. It's gonna keep happening. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Comment if you saw that
Yay.
double
Bye.
Bye.